but in Germany, just to give an example which story is fitting currently, we have had with the Russian war a situation with the gas for our energy sector. So the prices increased because, well, buying gas from, well, not our direct enemy, nevertheless, somehow Russia is not that friendly to us currently. I'm not sure why, maybe problems on their side, but we have seen this peak. And for sure, we have been able, as administration in Germany, to handle this problem. But it was really cost intensive because we have been not prepared on that story. We have thought Russia will be there with the gas forever after on a cheap level. And we have paid for that. And many people in politics know this was a painful way to go. We don't want to pay for this in future maybe. So we can convert this story and tell them, this is also true for digital technology. And if they say, well, no, the prices, they are stable. We don't need a war for that. Microsoft is increasing prices on a regular basis. For sure, I would do so if I would be responsible for the portfolio of Microsoft. It's a normal behavior on that. Not really friendly, but nevertheless, I can understand that. And it's not only Microsoft, we see it in SAP, we see it on all the big tech companies because they can. That's how a monopoly is working. And you can't put the blame on the people who are able to. You can do so, but that won't change their mind. Why should they? But you can tell the people who are paying for that. I've been on an event with our municipals in the beginning of the year and was going on the stage telling them about Burning World and so on, and told them, if your budget for the next years is able to take an IT budget increase of 30% over the years, go with Microsoft, be my friend, have fun with it, why not? Okay, we have some arguments, but normally the responsible persons for budget have a problem there. In every company I have been in before, the costs for persons are on the fourth spot, and then normally the IT department is the cost position when you're not industrial, whatever, and have producing facilities and so on. So this is a pain point you can show up. And now coming back to open source is still not without costs. This is what we are thinking about there. We are telling the people, and you should tell the people, we need money. First, please, again, open source is not free. You have to repeat it like every second sentence for some people. But we expect the costs to increase slightly different than on licensed products. Because this is something, in theory, a monopoly increases prices. Even an oligopoly will do so. So this is an argument why open source can be cheaper, because we have to spend money for our solutions, because we need to pay our developer, hopefully, even if we know that there are many burned out maintainers working for free, but I doubt we lose the capitalistic system in the next weeks or month, so we have to plan over there. I would be happy if the Star Trek scenario and we all work free for the goods. I don't see this coming in the next weeks and months, so we need the money. So we have to tell them to spend it, but we can tell them it's still cheaper. And it's good for your own economy. So what we have on the world, yes, every politician is willing to say, we have the one new unicorn. That's what the whole startup sector in every country is doing, try to tell the story of, we build the next unicorn. And we look on the planet and we see, well, not every municipal on the planet is currently building unicorns, even if they are planning to do so. And I doubt that the main part of municipals are able to get the next Amazon, Google, Meta, whatever in their city. Good for the one municipal who is able to do so, happy for them. But if we will be able to raise the water of spend money in open source technology for everybody, then all boats are going up. And this is something which is important for politics, because they are responsible for the economic development of the region, of the municipal, of their state. And even if you personally are not interested in these economic stuff, hey, I want to code, don't bother me with that shit. These are the arguments which fit for them. Also the tax part. Do you want to give the money somewhere to one company over there which is, well, they are not paying their taxes over there and not on our side. Nobody's getting something for that. I would like to see the money spent in our countries or to companies who spend the taxes, because then the government and the administration can again pay my garbage collector or whatever to do his job. So we have to argue there, and also studies has shown that. So the European Commission has done that, or they have just ordered someone to do so. And they have found out 10% increase, in this case in the EU, because they are interested in the UK. I'm sure it's also interested the same value for other regions, would increase our GDP. Why not spend this? And this is something politicians in economic field know and can handle. Even if you're not studying that way, it's not your direction, this is helpful. We have to talk about the costs. We have always to tell them it's not for free. God damn it, we are telling you since years it's not for free. Please listen to us. But also telling them it could be helpful for your development. Last but not least, not only the theory, what are we doing? For everybody not knowing where we are, the guy is speaking about Schleswig-Holstein. Who the heck is he? Hi, I'm still Alex, and Schleswig-Holstein is up in the north. The real north, as we are telling the German people, hopefully someone from Sweden here or so, was a nice decision this week to put it on our charts, and our Swedish colleagues told us, real north, what we are doing, whatever. I haven't found an argument, to be honest, on that. We have plans, guiding principles, where we believe that the administration is going. No open source. Yes, that's true, because we think this is the direction which is for sure coming. But our minister, Dirk Schröter, digital minister and head of the state chancellery, my God, these words are strange, has pushed this topic with strong leadership. And I can tell you, having partners on a high level, C-level in a company, or this is my C-level, this is helpful, because then you have a strong partner pushing forward on that topic. But it's not only his decision. It wasn't, and it is not. He is only the strong person pushing us forward. So our parliament has decided about open source 2020. We have not switched over in the last month and now are hurrying up to get open source somehow in the next week. This is a long-term plan, and we have started building a strategy, building foundation, talking to people on a broad alliance. It's not only one person, it's not only one party, it's a broad setup. And today, 2025, which year I am, we have anchored that in our strategy. We have forced everybody to use LibreOffice, we have ODF, we have our own OSPO, I'm part of it. So we have had a way to go. And this is something also to keep in mind for administration, governments, these fast-moving, agile, cool thing of installing this evening my new Linux, well, that's not how administration is working currently, and maybe not in future. So, since last year, we also have revised. Perfect. Oh gosh, is it now? Have you heard the last? Well, should I start over again? Perfect. Sorry for that. We have had these already 2020, and we revised all of that in the last year and getting some precise stuff in there. This is also something we've learned. It was not a straight way for administration to go there. We have had problems, fails, we have attempts, but at the end, we were still believing this is right, and we have moved forward. And it was not only the politicians, it was the administration, as I said, the broad alliance. So we are still on that way, and now coming to the interesting part. What do we have currently? We are planning and having the digital sovereign workspace based on this fundament. We already have rolled out LibreOffice on all systems, something, however you are counting, above 30,000. workstations currently. They are using it. They are forced to use it. We use open standards. That's the standard how we are working in Schleswig-Holstein. And when you are laughing, our minister is sending back Excel data because, well, we have agreed on something. You have to change that shit, my boy, over to open data because we want to work so. We know the world is not working all over, so we have to handle the data, but the first person who gets it has to convert. So we are using Libre, we have Nextcloud in place, we are talking about the soft phone solutions. We are currently, right now, in switching over to Open Exchange. So for Open Exchange, we are on a daily base, around some 100 persons are switched over, because also a learning, you can't put up an email system, tell the people, yesterday your data was there, now you have an email solution over there, it's empty, good luck, my friend. The people are working since 20 years with their solution, and somehow it's their archive and working environment, so we have to keep in mind that there are many things to migrate. Rules, mails, meetings, and so forth, so it's a big job, and it will end this month. The licenses are gone, so the colleagues which are working on are hurrying up, because if this is not happening, someone will get calls. Not me personally, that's good for me. I'm only the lucky person to tell you what we are doing currently. Other people are sweating, hopefully doing good stuff and migrating the system. And as you might mention, I just jumped over Linux because for sure this is something which is interesting in this room, and for all who already have viewed the video from myself, maybe you already know. Yes, Schleswig-Holstein is planning to go to OpenSUSE and KDE Plasma currently. Okay, that was easy for me, I know. To be honest, we have not switched over all systems right now. We have a lot of work to do, sir, together with you as a community. Not all decisions are final made, but the prototype test setup and all the test users which are already using Linux, and there are included persons like the minister who is already on a Linux system and working there. They prefer KDE Plasma. Currently 5, so I'm not the person who will decide at the end what will happen, and I have talked to the colleagues who are responsible there, and they told me, well, you and we and together have to see some problems on an enterprise level, how to handle automated migration. So there are some topics we have to speak about. Please don't talk with me, but I bring you in contact with them, because that's a little bit too much tech for myself. I just do my game dev stuff, that's enough for me. But yes, that's the plan, and we are not stopping there. This is what we are planning for our state level. We also have built up an OSPO, doing the strategic, the networking stuff, going around the world, finding partners, whatever, participating, drinking beer, and telling people open source is cool, somewhere in a bar in the city in Berlin. But we try to influence on that way. We are talking to the other states in Germany, the Digital Minister Conference, which has decided for the exchange on that state level, open data should be the standard. It was decided by an impulse from Schleswig-Holstein, and we are happy to just force the people in the other states to go there. We try our best, but we need alliance for that. And that's, just to give another example, we have a new federal government in Germany, for all who were not aware of that, and we have now, first time, a digital ministry. So awesome, cool stuff. And they decided to build a German stack. Somehow, whatever, they only sent the message to build a German stack. So everybody is still thinking about what the heck is a German stack, but we are finding out, and we in Schleswig-Holstein decided, oh, wait, this is the moment for agenda setting. And this is something I want to give also to you. Try to find the moments where something is changing and raise your voice, do agenda setting, do lobbying for that topic. We brought together people from the open source community to put it in an impulse paper, send it over to the minister, put it to the press, and we have seen many people putting that up and taking that with them. So hopefully we will have a German stack heavily based on open source. It's also not my decision, but that would be helpful for the whole community. And as I said, it's not only on state level, on federal level. We are trying at Schleswig-Holstein to convince our municipals, to help our civil societies, the clubs, the associations, also the economy to switch over to open source, because we need a broad alliance. If only the states will switch over, that would be a huge step for sure, but it's not the end. And this is why me personally are working for the government, because I'm part of the Digital Hub, and our responsibility is trying to help to consult our municipals in their problems, in their technical issues. We are building a network in Schleswig-Holstein and across, doing the marketing stuff, doing events, pushing forward the topic of open source and helping people to find solutions. So especially small associations and so on have really big problems in technology. Anyway, their problems are not, am I using open source or something else? Their problems is, my sports club is organized in, well, handwritten whatever and phone calls. So we have to help them, and if we help them to do the step right into the open source field, then we have a shortcut. We don't lose them to licensed products. And also, money is helpful. So we have in German, call for concept des Landesprogramms offene Innovation. Yeah, that's hard to pronounce in German and in English. So what is it? We have put up a program where the state is paying for solutions that associations or municipals are needing. They must be real, specific. They must tell us, hey, it's not somehow a moonshot project. They must tell us why they can't use anything which is already existing, because we don't want to produce something as copy of the rest. So we need a real need there, and we are pushing it to open code. If you don't know open code, it's the Git solution of the German administration. So currently all open source players in the state-based open source community are trying to push their products, their solutions there, so everybody can find and reuse and so on. So this is something we are forcing, but we are also paying for. And in the last year, this year is the second round. And in the last year, we have had many participations. All in all, currently we have 63 institutions, small size, medium clubs, associations, municipals in Schleswig-Holstein who are attending to this program, being part of that and trying to get the money, for sure. Not everybody has been able to be finally passing the judges, so we have a neutral jury to decide which project is a good idea, which not. But like the first in row, city of Flensburg, that's our northbound city, direct to Denmark. They have decided, hey, we have a topic there. And we have put in 3 million for these 15 projects. I won't go through all of them. I share my presentation happily if you are willing to look into it. But we have quite different projects which we are seeing developed and pushed forward. Just to give you 2 short examples to give you a feeling. For administration, something really interesting is important. An e-files system, electronic case files are important, because as an administration, this is how we all are working there. And why is this case interesting? Because the company behind this product, the Mach AG, based in our country, was and is still a license-based company. This is what they are doing for the administration since, I think, 20, 30 years. So this is not the interesting part. But they have decided to put their product open source, and they told, well, we have a customer, we would like to go that way, we try out, we think this is the future for administration, so we want to be prepared and ready, but we have to fix some stuff in the code and to do some things before we are willing and happy to put it up in the community. But they are currently on open code, the product is there, they are trying to get that way, and we are happy to push it forward. Or something a little bit more social, Fireman 112. It's for firefighters. it's a solution for them to organize themselves, and the solution was open source before. It was a community in Schleswig-Holstein that was existing. And what are they paid for? They are paid for to put into some features, especially Matrix, which we would like to see all over in Schleswig-Holstein as our infrastructure for communication. And well, we would be happy if our firefighters are switching over there. Currently, around 93 or so fire stations in Schleswig-Holstein are using this solution, and it's getting up and running more and more. So such products are ideal to push forward. I know your KDE, this is not your topic, but this is something what we are doing and what we are trying to convince and to use to convince our municipals, as I said, our clubs and associations to switch over in that direction. So it's important to tell stories that are emotional. That's why a firefighter story, hey, do you want to burn down your house? We have open source in place for that. Well, a little bit short story, we have to fit a little bit better there. But such solutions are good to reach also press and so on. And public press can be helpful to reach after that to politicians. So this is a product we have now in place. And as I said, we have some more in the pipeline currently. I think in the second round this year are 26 still. So we expect to have the same amount, more or less, again, 15, 16, whatever projects to start in the fall. And we are also expecting to pay again something around 3 million or whatever. That's not currently on the last number. And also, as I said, we think it a total. The program was for administrations and for clubs and associations, but open source program offices are, from our point of view, something really helpful within companies to bring them towards open source. Different approaches I've seen are working. What Siemens is doing is different to Bosch, is different to Zeiss, to whoever. So that's not the important part. The big companies are able to go that way. They have budget for innovation. They have also budget for gambling. So at the end, maybe they are putting up an OSPO because they are feeling, well, let's try that out. And if it will not work, then, hey, we burn a little money. That's not a problem. For a small and medium company, that's a problem. So our idea was to pay money, European money, by the way, to help them building up their open source program offices. Especially for small and medium companies, to pay persons for the license stuff, the networking stuff, the coding stuff, the whatever stuff. So if someone is in Schleswig-Holstein and a company, just talk to me. We have a little bit more place in there. So this is also giving an impulse with our money towards the industry. Hey, change over. And we are not doing that because, oh my God, we love open source and that's cool. That's our true reason, which we are telling our friends. Not in public. In public, the strong message is we want to switch over the whole industrial situation. We want companies to switch over to use open source and not only to use it like they are using it now. For sure, open source is within every company I know somehow on some level. We want that they are strongly believe in there, that they are bringing their money with them to pay for stuff. This would be helpful. If we are convinced some more of the big companies to spend money into open source, this is also a big impulse to get that system up and running and to get more money into the system, more people. Maybe they set up a structure where a dev can use his time to be part of a community, whatever. There are so many different options. But we want to have people within these organizations pulling and pushing the topic, because if it's only a part of the IT department, where from my experience often are people who are open source enthusiasts, who like open source, who are using, it's not enough. We need some people who have the entrance to the C-level, who can influence stuff, who build up strategies and push that forward. And we are not ready now. As I said, we are on the way. We are happy to move in that direction. We will go further that way. So our networking, our fundings, our whatever. Currently, we are strongly discussing how we can use open source technology, not the core tech backend, whatever, the topics like Xroad, matrix, topics that are visible to the customer, to the people using it, not only to the technicians. To use this to build our infrastructure in Schleswig-Holstein, like with Xroad, which is in perfect use in Estonia, Finland, and other countries, to bring on our knowledge, our input, to pay our money for this, and to build our data infrastructure on that, hopefully seeing after that more open source projects and stuff building on that basement. And we hope to find more partners for all that topic, because at the end you have seen how large and impressive Schleswig-Holstein is sitting up there in the north. To be honest, if only we are moving, that's not enough. That's something we know, everybody's knowing we will go that way for sure, but it would be really helpful if you all take this with you back to your municipal, to your state, whatever, and try not only to produce cool code, cool designs, cool whatever, produce a cool solution, but also pushing on that political side, pushing towards strategic change towards digital sovereignty. Because if we don't do so, we will sit in the same nice surrounding in 10 years again. We are all happy with the usage, and nevertheless, the rest of the world will still sit on what they have now, and I think we have a problem then. The moment is now, so key takeaways that I want to give. If you only mention the high ground part and the rest was sleepy silence until the first coffee, I believe the time is now, because the world is burning, what is really hell of pain, but we can use this moment for our topics to push it forward, and we should do so, because if we don't use the next years, I fear after that hopefully comes a better time for the world, what may be taking away some arguments that are really strong currently. Also, please don't use a doctrine for that, please. If you go there and outsmart the people and say, we are the avant-garde, we know the best, we are happy to know the best, and everybody around us is a dumb idiot, well, then our small avant-garde will be a small avant-garde, happy ever after, but we won't change the world, and this is something we can do for sure. And also on the same direction, accept that some people are moving not that fast that maybe you can do and others can do. The important part is that they are moving in the right direction, tool by tool by tool. And if it's not on the first level, that they install Linux, that they use KDE, but that they mention maybe that Firefox is an opportunity. Yeah, real low bar, I know, but hey, it's a first step. Maybe afterwards, the designer is using GIMP. Hey, another step. So step by step by step, as long as they are still moving in that direction, that's helpful for us. And at the end, how you start the wave, just talk to one more person, convince this person, and what's the next step? Find the third person. So that's why you all are here, and the first step is made, and I know KDE is, since years, a strong community is building up here. So this is the right direction, I think. But also be willing to step up, to go outside your comfort zone maybe, go to politicians, go to administrations, talk to people which are not really into deep tech and like that and understand that, which maybe are lawyers or whatever, really often seen lawyers within administrations somehow, so argue on their level. Try to tell them with their arguments why to switch over. And when you have them, the rest is only a technical story. But the technical story is after that somehow. We need first, as I said, the strategic, the leadership part, the change in our culture. And this was my message for you. Hopefully it helps you. Hopefully you can maybe learn from us or bring back to us some ideas. We will publish our documentation soon. We will do some stuff. So be welcome to influence us. And otherwise, I wish you a great conference and much more deep tech stuff and interesting stuff. And I'm only the keynote, so I wish you a good day. And I'm done. 10 minutes left. Well, I can expand, but I think I don't need. Thanks.
Cool, that was great. No, we're not done. We're not done yet. We're due. No. So it was 10 minutes until Q&A. So we can either wait for 10 minutes. No. So, excellent. Well, it's what the people here want, because that's what we are. So now let's do Q&A. So thank you very much for that presentation. It was wonderful. If you have a question, please raise your hand. If you are watching the stream online, bring it up into the Matrix chat, and someone here will raise their hand as their representative. So let's start over here with, I guess, Nate.
Hi, this is Nate. Thank you very much for this presentation. Super interesting stuff. My question is, when you're talking with technical decision makers or of a non-technical decision makers, do you find that there are ever any actual technical blockers for adopting open source software, or are the blockers all other things like awareness, migration, finding people who can do the work, that sort of thing?
The stream will not hurt me. Yes and no, I would say. So most often, many of the arguments are non-technical issues. So like we can't do this, or some placebo arguments like it's not secure, I don't know, Munich was a hell and we can't follow them. So we have many arguments there. Talking to IT departments, normally they know what open source is. They don't have these issues as far as I can see. On a high scale, I see really often the topics in the technical area for enterprises and for high scale and for such stuff, not on all projects, but I see the story coming up there. So the focus not only on individual seats, but on a structure that should be managed with thousands of people. So this is something which comes in mind more often, I would say, and which is a problem. Then somehow migrations are painful thing for many people. So this is something the IT departments often fear, to say, oh my gosh, we have a running system, we have 300 more topics to do so, and yeah, we would like to change, but no time, no money, and at the end, well. So everything what will make this easier is helpful. And for sure, there are more detailed things. And one, sorry to say to a community at that point, one big argument often is the support, maintenance, and responsibility topic. Because the bad joke, nobody got fired for buying SAP, is still true. People are buying solutions to have someone responsible to say, if this shit is burning down, well, I can point somewhere. So maybe we should build up structures in open source that these people have someone to point at, or are willing to take responsibility themselves. So there are arguments, some are technical, but also many are not. You have to find ways. Important is to speak to the right person. You have two micros now?
Yes, we have two. Here's the second one.
Then I stick with my micro.
Hi, this is Sebas. Thanks for your presentation, very insightful. Looking back at especially two projects, you mentioned Munich. I think there's also Niedersachsen. So the push towards open source is really nothing new. Where do you see we are in a different position right now? What do you think went wrong there? Because they went back to Microsoft solutions. And how can we prevent that from happening in the future?
Well, I can't tell you why Munich failed, because I was not part of the project, and that would be really unfair to argue from outside. But I'm on a regular basis talking to the people there, and I can see that they are still moving towards solutions. So somehow they not changed the whole course, they switched off the project. So maybe some topics in there that I don't know. I think the different situation somehow is, at first, I think it's important not to try to build yourself again and again a new solution to print on your label. This maybe was a fault also there. But to use solutions that are already in place, which are already tested and well usability and so on. Then the arguments that I have shown, some have become stronger in the last years, so that's somehow helpful. And in political systems, it's important that the decision is not only made by a few people convinced of doing the right thing. You need these broad alliances. This is something which is different in our country currently. We have not only the IT department and the CTO pushing forward, we have the political side, the parties, we have the administration, we have the CTO, we have the IT, so we have a broader structure, which is helpful because, as my CTO was telling on a conference, as the question was, well, when will the swing back come in Schleswig-Holstein? Because we have seen everybody swinging back someday in future. And he said, just, we are so far down the river, switching back is still somehow possible, but that would be so hard and expensive. So if you're in this movement, if you're down the river, a far part of the river, then the way to the end is much shorter than going back to the beginning. Nevertheless, political systems are as they are, of a good reason. A switch is ever possible. I hope, and I can't see things that are on that way currently. Does that? Perfect. Yeah, silos versus critical mass was the comment, so just for the stream. Yeah, absolutely. It's still needed to broaden the alliance, the solutions, to find setups working on a high scale. And for sure, one thing on the total open source topic is also the cloud part of the game, switching over solutions at a place the people on the system are not feeling that strongly. So also this is maybe helpful.
Cool. Do we have another question?
Yeah, question from the internet.
Hello, internet.
What pace of updates is reasonable for municipal governments? Some projects move quite quickly, so plan new updates, making it expensive to backport fixes.
Gosh, interesting question. I would like to ask some of the IT heads of the municipals. I have no real answer, to be honest, because that's not where I've been deep into. I would like to help you there. My feeling is a fast-moving system on an agile base, pushing out software, is on structures like administrations not very helpful because their cycles are a little slower because of reasons, because of decisions, because of processes behind there that are how they are by a good reason. So on a bird perspective, I would say not that fast-moving systems are a little bit easier to handle for the main part of the municipals, especially looking on municipals where one person or two persons are doing the total IT stuff and have for sure enough to do. So, and I think, yeah, back there.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, as someone who does not have any connections in government, neither politicians nor necessarily the IT departments, the public administration, how do I find the right people to talk to that are not going to just say, oh, okay, here's some kind of rando who doesn't even, you know, like have administration experience necessarily in these projects. It's just a random software developer who are going to listen to these arguments.
You have not the short number of your minister. What the hell? No, absolutely understandable. That's not that problematic that you are thinking, because there are many ways to talk to them. First of all, as far as I know, in the main part of the municipals and in the political system and so on, click their website, open the part about us, and there are names, and in many cases also email addresses. And yes, you get yourself the feeling, well, the weirdo is raising the hand, and please do. First of all, make yourself not a weirdo and be a little bit proud what you are doing. And many people are already doing so. This is normal for administrations, and this is normal for politicians to getting mails with interest. They are coming from CEOs, from state level, from the municipals, from whoever. Just step up, write them an email, or much better from my experience, have a look which events are taking places. I have organized long time the bar camps within Kiel with some other people, and on a regular basis we have had politicians there. So it is easy to pick up your coffee, make one step and say, hi, can I talk with you to open source? Well, just work a little on your elevator pitch there. So this is what I wanted to show. Don't go there and try to speak to some politician on a municipal level, normally talking about child care or whatever on the API decision they have made, because what the fuck should he say? Try to argue on another level. Try to get them on their topics and show them opportunities. Bring yourself in and say, hey, how can I help you? Then they will send you maybe to someone who needs that. Especially go to the digital departments. Use your connection there. So there are many ways, events, you can send mails, you can connect them. Politicians normally have in their surrounding meetings with their civic society, so go there. This is what the people in the environmental movement are doing. This is what, as I told, the CEOs of big companies are doing. And normal CEOs are also not starting with a handy full of numbers of all the politicians. They are building that up. And like we are doing as Digital Hub, we are building a community and inviting them. Also, this is possible for a community like yours. Well, I'm not a politician, but somehow I'm working in administration, and an email was enough. Hey, would you like to speak? Let's talk, whatever. This is possible, especially politicians. Well, we should cut that out of the stream, like to be on stages and tell their story and so on. So give them a place to put their story and then tell your story and see where this is leading.
Thank you for the very interesting talk. I was wondering if you have a rollout strategy, if you're converting all the computers at once, or if you're doing different departments at a time, and how has the response been so far?
Yes, we have. The short answer. No, we have a rollout plan, and as government, something like, let's put out the system 2 o'clock in the night and then we switch over everything and that would work. That's not the way we are going and not a workload that could be handled. So there are rollout plans for all systems from Libra to, as I told you right now, Open Exchange on batches that can be handled. A learning that I have had, many people are working their email account between 9 and 11 o'clock. So things you have to learn to handle the volume. So yes, we have plans for all of that. They are needed because otherwise a shutdown of the government, well, the Americans are playing this year to year because of their tax problem, whatever. That's not helpful. We have to go that way step by step. Yes. So yes is the short answer, hopefully. And there was one more point within. The response, right. In Schleswig-Holstein, we are proud to say we are the happiest people in Germany since many, many studies. So everybody is singing and laughing and is happy about all decisions we are made. No, it is not. To be honest, this is the hard part of that deal. The decision was made and we're switching over, and no, not every colleague is happy about that. But what we have done is we have built up for this roadmap a strong change process. So in every ministry, there is one change agent to handle. We have tutorials, we have documentations because people are learning different. We have floor walking, people walking around and saying, don't cry or cry in my arms, everything is happy. So we have had in our minds this will be a problem, and it is. We have a pain level some weeks before the change, some weeks after, and then it's getting better. So at the end, we see that we can come to that point. But no, not everybody is happy. We have also had press situations where people are pointing and not everything went wrong. Hey, many of you have had migrations in the past. Stuff is happening there, but you have to handle that. And you have to be strong, and you have to have strong leadership like we have had. Our minister had calls where people were saying, well, and we ever told you, and in the moment something breaks, they will come out and tell you, we have ever known that this bug will occur. No, you have not, but you use this story right now. So yeah, it's not easy, but still we are going. We are absolutely ambitious on that. And for now, it's working. So the people are working on Open Exchange, and it's getting better and better every day.
More questions from the internet. Does implementing open source software in a country or state's educational curriculum also affect the adoption of it on the government? And if so, how do we implement solutions so everyone could transition or adopt it more easily?
I would say schools and universities are the perfect entry point for the whole story of change, because currently we give our kids and young people mainly Microsoft and whatever products that they are used to in future. And well, the decision makers of the future and the people working in administration in future are these people. So yes, we should change over. Currently, I think this week is Moodle Mood Dach attending in Lübeck in our state up there. So there are many open source tools already in place in that education sector. So this is a strong way to go, and me myself have the plan to do a school tour with our colleagues in the next year, hopefully, talking to the Open Channel TV corporation media part in Schleswig-Holstein, to show people, hey, what's possible, and to convince the people on an early stage, because there we need to change. And another direction is we have a professor in Kiel in the University for Administration who is pushing this topic. Also, this is helpful because these people might not be decision makers today, but they will be somewhere in future. And if you get them early, they are not deep into solutions we don't want to see them in.
Great. Are there any further questions? We've got maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute. Go ahead, Paul.
It's another question from the internet. Is there an economical case for switching over from software licenses? And then follow up at short term and long term? That's what it says.
So the economic side on that, right?
Is there an economical case for switching over from software licenses? I suppose they're referring to switching from proprietary license to free licenses.
Again, the short answer would be yes, but well, the switch over brings from license models is always on different levels to be handled. So we have the topic that I've spoken about on the cost level, long-term monopole situation, and so on. We have on the support setting how to handle this for administration. That's a real issue, by the way. Spending money in communities is not, in Germany, as far as I know, not allowed, so we have problems there. So yes, I see different problems there, but I would need much more than 1 minute for that. And otherwise, I hear the music some seconds to play me down the stage.
That's all the time we have for questions. Thank you very much once again. So up next, we have a coffee break. Before you get up real quick, I have one quick announcement to remind people of, a house rule. If you don't want to be in photos or something like that, don't sit in the front. Just a reminder. So yeah, now there's a coffee break from the next minute until 11:20. The next session will start in here with Plasma Lessons Learned and Our Path Forward in 2026 with David Edmondson at 11:25. Have fun. He will be talking today about plasma lessons learned and our path forward in 2026 and beyond. Please, David.
A bit of latency before you're clapping. Okay, I've been doing plasma for a long time and KDE for a long time, and I thought I'd talk about some things that I've learned from doing this, most of which should be applicable to most projects, but with case studies of things that happened in plasma. So hopefully there'll be no really old plasma people just turn up out of the blue and sit in the front row to surprise me. So, lessons learned. Most important thing, what's our greatest assets within KDE or plasma? Just shout some things out. David, okay. No, seriously, people. David Forth, for example, it's a good suggestion that somebody shouted out at David's. People change over time, so it's not the people that make the project great, because they keep changing. It's not our asset that we have. So what makes it great is not our asset. What else? Wow, there's hundreds of you here. What makes a project, what's our biggest asset? Is it a code? It's not a people, it's not a code, because if I forked Plasma right now, no one would care. And it's not an age of the code, because otherwise that makes Trinity better than us. Our biggest asset is our little logo and our name and our reputation. So if this was a 2-slide talk, I would say, biggest lesson, protect your reputation and most above anything else. Reputation and branding is more important than anything, and you should protect it. This isn't a 2-slide talk, so I'm going to go into some more details. Talking about lessons in plasma, first need to address where we are right now. This green line, because green's a plasma color, this is our Arch package tracker, and we've had our ups and downs. This is clearly where some packaging changed, but we've been on an upward trend. Things are going quite well in plasma, but we've had issues, as I'm sure everyone's aware. So first up, let's address the elephant in the room. What's plasma's biggest thing in our history? There's 4 elephants, exactly, 4.0 elephants. So I'll get it out of the way, because I don't want to dwell on it. It was rushed. We tried to do too much in too little time. That's all there was to it, trying to do too much in too little time. So this comes up again and again, that you want to get a feature in. So there's 2 questions. Will you ever regret taking your time? And the answer is yes. There are plenty of times where you haven't pushed a feature, and then you read on social media, why hasn't KDE fixed blah? Or why am I still getting this issue which can only be fixed by something? So you will regret it. But if you rush, you can also regret it. Yes, exactly. The difference is this one, a month later, you've forgotten about it. 2 months later, you won't care. Regret rushing, that will stick with you forever. Plasma 4.0 was 17 years ago, and there's people on stages still talking about it today. Sure. Okay, we'll move on quickly then. No, but seriously, online people still do. It still comes up. See, lessons. Yeah, people still talk about it. And people will move away if they can't do their work. But getting them back is harder, because that's making them change from something that does work to something that works potentially better. So losing people is easier than winning people. So keep hold of your existing users. And from a practical point of view, if you can split things up, split things up. It gives you option to take more time. And good goals aren't about trying to do lots and lots and lots and lots of different things. Good goals should be to get into all the governments in Germany, like a presentation we saw this morning. A good goal isn't to do that and to make a spaceship and to make a game engine and to do lots of things. Good goals are about achieving lots, not doing lots of things. I'll go to a different case study. Okay, we're talking about Baloo. It's actually positive. Baloo, I need to set the time back. We were coming from having this quirky big database called Nepomuk. And it was problematic. Lots of people turned it off because it was problematic. And then this was a rewrite to save everything. And credit where credit's due, relatively, it was amazing. It was hundreds of times faster. It was more solid. It was good. And then a decision was made to not have a UI to turn it off because we should be proud and confident in our projects. Right? And you're laughing. It's a trap to fall into. That's why I'm repeating it, because you laugh at some ridiculous thing, but we do that sort of thing again and again. So it's an easy trap. So your lesson is, don't be overconfident. And once a reputation is set, it's very, very hard to shake it. You only have one shot at a first release, and people will remember that. So another case study. This is moving onwards onto nearer Plasma 5. We were catching a stride. Things were looking pretty good. We're getting confident. And we used to have a very complicated release cycle. A UI freeze, a string freeze, a feature freeze, alpha 1, beta 2, because we were worried we would run out of Greek letters. RC1, RC2. It was complicated, and it was a 6-month cycle. And then it pivoted to a 3-month cycle with no freezes, and scarcely any beta, just one RC. And it didn't really pan out. Over time, we just sort of slowly worked our way back up to adding a freezes back, adding a betas back, adding all of the things back again. And the lesson here is that if a policy isn't working, don't just do the extreme opposite, because that probably won't work either. It's tempting. This isn't working, therefore the opposite will, but don't. Sort of dial it back. And to give a recent example, we used to go a bit overboard with the promo for our beta announcements. They were as good as a real thing. There was videos, the whole text, pictures, and the promo team quite rightly said, well, that's a bit stupid. You've saved us nothing for your big day. And now I think we've gone a bit too extreme and don't mention it at all. And again, it's all about finding that balance. It was just an example of, if something's working, iterate. I've talked a lot about releases. I'm going to talk a bit more about the art of releases, because there is a bunch of lessons. When something's in a merge request, it will be used by 1, 2, if somebody bothers to test it, maybe 10 people maximum. When it's on master, it'll be used by at least 10 people, maybe 100, maybe 1,000, but roughly that ballpark. It's definitely a lot more. When it's available to people in distributions through some mechanism, be it FlatHub or in a beta or some form, that goes up to 100 to 1,000 users. Users who have to do a step, but then are able to get it. And we're going up exponentially. That's the key thing here. And my exponentials run out soon, because when you get to being available for users, things jump up massively. It's at least maybe 1,000, maybe 100,000 people, depending on your project, if it's just available, but off by default. And when things are on by default, then we go to 100,000 to 10 million people. I don't know exact numbers. I've put quite a wide range here, but our user base is somewhere in that region. So if you ever skip a step, you're making life very difficult for yourself, because you want to catch things as early as possible. The higher up the chain you catch things, the better. So if a bug affects 1% of the people, you're not going to catch it in a merge request. You might not catch it in master. You might do, if you're lucky, if you keep it on master for a long time. So that's why it's good to have a freeze, a feature freeze, before your beta, so you have a chance to capture things that are in master. And it's why it's good to have a beta, to have more people test things, and why it's also good to, if you can, go off by default first, get some feedback, and then turn it on. And obviously, this changes depending on the size of what you're doing. If you're just changing your wallpaper, you can skip a couple of steps. If you're porting to Wayland, this available for users is a state you want to be in for a long, long time, because it's such a big change with many external factors. So that's where you need to be placing this. Depends on the size of your change, but the slower you go through each of these steps and don't skip any, the better your end product for users will be. That's also what makes cherry-picking features so bad, so difficult. If you fix a bug, you fix it in master, and then it goes directly to all of these people when you cherry pick it back to a stable branch. So you should be very selective in what you're cherry picking. There should be a break for your new slide. This is why it doesn't make sense. Okay. So another topic, as well as releases, something I think we've got better at is understanding our users. And I'm going to go through a case study of Plasma 4. Does anyone remember this? Okay, I got a little cheer. Wasn't expecting it. So, okay. So to talk everyone through this, this was called a cashew, because it looks like some sort of cashew, and it was bejazzled with some jewels over here. And it brought down a menu of desktop session-specific things. And people hated it. Like, really hated it. It got quite nasty to the point that people hated it. I'm going to break down why people hated it, according to me, but I've got a microphone, so I'm right, because that's how this works. So why did it fail? You can make a product that is simple and opinionated, where we decide things for users. And you've got your Chromebooks and Gnomes, and it's a really good product. You can make something that's really complicated, where people are modifying a code from source, like we're hyperlands and displays, and it's a really good product. You can try and be like Plasma, simple by default, powerful when needed, and cover a wide range. But what you absolutely can't do is be a bit of both. You can't be opinionated and let people configure things. And the reason the cashew failed was you could choose to have an analog clock that's upside down. You could choose to have 5 panels or 0 panels. You could choose to have notes displayed on your desktop in a big way or in a small way or in wingdings. But you couldn't choose to hide this little cashew in the corner. And that was the problem. You need to be consistent within yourself. If you're consistent within your product, you will have an audience. If you're inconsistent, who's your audience? People will always be a little bit annoyed. So, understanding our user base. Is this our user base? If people who talk on Reddit, Phoronix, Facebook, YouTubers in Hawaiian shirts, shout things out? Is that our audience? Oh. Partially. Somebody hedging their bets. Do they donate was one of the things shouted out over here. Okay, that could be our way of differentiating them. I've made a simpler statement. No, they're not our entire user base. To give an example, I had a bug report the other day, or a wish list, sorry, of somebody asking for a feature where in your Wi-Fi connection manager, if you choose your Wi-Fi network, there should be a setting to change whether you also change your screensaver. Right? It's valid, right? A guy actually had a problem they were trying to fix. But if you take everybody at face value, you are going to make a rubbish product. And if you just keep adding features because these people request it, you're going to get a rubbish product. So they're not our sole user base. But they're very important. These people, the Facebooks and the Redditors, and the people who follow talks on live stream or come to conferences, they're our ambassadors. Right? If we want to get other people to use KDE, you need to win over these people, the ambassadors, the people who go out and tell other people to use KDE. So you need them on their side. So if you get consistent complaints from people, they're normally on the mark. And every time we've held out on a policy, like double-click, people who prefer double-click are wrong. But was it a right choice to change? Probably. Like, we changed our default because we kept getting feedback about this. And I held back, but lesson learned, I think it was the right thing to do. And there's so many other situations where we've pushed back, like a cashew, which was there for years, but we ended up changing it anyway. And when feedback comes, you do have to, at some point, acknowledge it and sort of be on top of it and win them over. And that's also what makes this a commit digest that we used to have in KDE 3 and Nate's blog, This Week in KDE. The reason they're so important, it don't target users. Users aren't going to read them, because why would a user go out and read the blogs of a developer of a product they use? I don't read the blogs of any other products I use. Yeah, see, it's weird. But people do. I mean, back when I was a KDE fanboy, I used to be refreshing Planet KDE, hoping to get some new gem. And it's those people that you need to win over. So that's why they're so important. And ultimately, we've chased lots of different user bases. There was a fad of saying, well, normal Windows users don't know how to do this. Normal Windows users don't know what a network is, and trying to come up with these hypothetical user bases. But our biggest successes so far have come from our core product as we've made it. So Steam Deck, we've had some government rollouts where it's what we've been doing all along has actually sold, and when we've chased netbooks or phones or something, they've taken a lot. It shouldn't be at the expense of our core product. So yeah, don't go chasing bigger markets at the expense of your current one. You can still chase them, but make sure you separate it. Also, we should focus on what makes us good, what makes us different, our unique selling points. It's easy to look at, I mean, Gnome are doing some amazing things. They're getting a lot of things right. But if we just copied them, we would have nothing. We shouldn't just copy them because they're doing some good stuff. We should look at what they're doing differently that we, in our opinion, do better, and double down on that, make a different product. And that really helps. So, moving on, I want to talk a little bit about some of the code problems. And most of our code problems all comes down to where we've half solved something. So I'm going to go through a case study, theming, and aligning images. So our themes that we've got, your Plasma themes, that's been an absolute success story. There's nearly 1,000 on the store, like 911. I looked it up whilst doing these slides this morning. I mean, a week ago. And some are really impressive. Like, I go on the Reddits and the Facebooks, and you see all your screenshots, and I don't recognize our own product if it wasn't in the description. People doing some really cool things are really impressive. That's great. And overall, hasn't cost us that much. It's been a lot of benefit, not that much cost. And I'm someone who generally hates theming, but have to say, people are doing some cool stuff. And why did it work? We had lots of tooling. There's a Plasma theme explorer where you can see all the different components. We had documentation. It could be better, but we had some documentation, and we had a distribution process. Yeah, it was a success story. So now let's look at a non-success story. It's a screen locker. So this, you could load any arbitrary QML, and users could supply it, and it would replace it, and it would theme it by changing, effectively, different code. And this was extremely problematic. It held us back, because every time you want to add a feature, that changes the QML, but what about themes? And then you can't implement fingerprint reading because it might break some themes. You can't add a feature. You can't change anything. And it caused our code to be messy, and it held us back. So it was a huge cost to it. But was there also a benefit to it? No, because nobody used it. So we had this cost and no benefit. And it was because writing QML is quite difficult to get into nitty-gritty. Making a UI is really easy. Adding accessibility and keyboard navigation, and maybe somebody's got a different size screen to you. Selfish people. That makes things difficult. We also provided absolutely no documentation whatsoever that this even existed. So it's not a surprise that literally nobody did this. And at the end of the day, what most people actually wanted was the default plus a few extra settings. And I always used to push back on the extra settings because, well, we have this other mechanism. And generally, it's an anti-pattern to have two different mechanisms to solve the same problem. But that meant we weren't actually delivering what the user wanted. So a lesson, most things have an opportunity and a cost, or a risk. And you need to look at, is this working? Or is it giving us a benefit, and is it costing us? And if you are going to do something, make sure you go all in and actually do it, because otherwise what you're left with is a cost and no opportunity or no benefit. So if you're going to do something, commit to doing it. The other thing that led to this cost-reward issue was solving problems that didn't exist, like coming up with libraries for a future use case which nobody actually ended up using. Doing things because they're interesting tech challenges, that just makes life harder for everybody. Or solving problems to start with, wouldn't it be cool if? Like, we have this wallpaper that's there to show off the capabilities of Q Graphics View, a technology from 15 years ago. And we can't delete it because removing things is difficult. Maybe somebody has it set. So don't. It's better to not do that sort of thing. Code quality. I'm going to sort of just run through this. I'm not going to go into any technical details. So quick fire observations that I've seen from doing this for a long time. Extra time on a review will pay for itself. If someone's being a dick on review and taking ages talking about a niche use case, it's because they care about your product. And it's annoying, but they're being annoying for a reason. Unless they're complaining about white space. You should always optimize for simplicity and maintainability above anything else. Even if it fixes a bug, even if it makes things faster, this is the one goal you need to focus on. Another observation. You need to do some workarounds at times because it's not acceptable to just say, well, it's somebody else's problem, right? Because we depend on a library. You need to do some workarounds. But not all workarounds cause the same amount of tech debt. If there's a problem at a library, fixing it is really difficult. Like if you want to change who does a size hints on a scroll bar, people rely on it, it causes problems. If you add in a queue timer to work around a problem, other people rely on it, it's really difficult to fix. If there's a problem in a digital clock applet, like this high-level code, it's not a problem. Worst case, I just delete it and rewrite the whole thing from scratch. So when looking at hacks and workaround and code, it's important to focus on different areas to different amounts. This is a policy we did in Plasma that I think had a really net benefit, and I'm going to look at some cute people in the room. We came up with this policy. If you're working on a cute bug, you must file a decent, like with a little test case, bug report upstream and link that in your code. So it's an example. It actually came up the week I was thinking about these slides. I was wondering why this was the case after spending ages debugging something. And now I can open that bug report, see that Fabian's fixed it because he's a legend, and I can just delete this bit of code or change it delayed in this case. Brilliant. But it was a surprise, and this is why I'm sharing it with you. It was a surprise that happened. See, said there'd be a surprise. So some of the time, we made a ticket on Jira, and Fabian would fix it because he's a legend, or maybe it doesn't get fixed. But as often, we'd be writing a unit test, finding it's really difficult to make a minimum reproducer until you look in your Qt code to work out how to make a minimum reproducer, at which point you know exactly how to fix it. And if you know how to fix it, you can just submit a merge request instead. So as often, we just started fixing Qt. So this policy really helped there. But you'll notice there's this big white space area. And what happened the majority of the time, and these are anecdotal evidence rather than fixed numbers, wasn't actually a bug in Qt after all. It was my own code. And people were putting in workarounds when they didn't actually need to put in a workaround in the first place. And we got better code from having this policy. So I recommend having that policy in your projects. Bugs. Sentry has been an absolute game changer. I was hoping to do this talk at the same time as Harold so I can talk nice things about him. But now he's here, so I'm not going to. It's been amazing, and the reason it's been amazing is prioritization. This bug, over here, 1,000 hits this week. This bug, a 20th of that. So this bug is 20 times more important to deal with than this one. And we didn't have those numbers before. We were just randomly doing things. So Sentry's been great, but there was another surprise observation. It doesn't match Bugzilla. We still had Bugzilla and people reporting things from it by hand. So this one was the top one from that previous screenshot. 1,100 hits on Sentry, there's one ticket on Bugzilla. This other one is an arch packaging issue that caused our software to crash. 35 hits on Bugzilla on Sentry, so a real thing, some people reporting it. 4 tickets on Bugzilla. And I can't explain it, right? Maybe it's because it was Arch users and they're the best users. Maybe because it was really easy to reproduce. You had some easily reproducible steps, and that helps people want to report bugs. I don't know what it was, but generally speaking, we used to just follow Bugzilla, and we didn't have the data on what to do properly. So why Sentry works? You can prioritize what's important. It automates some of your grunt work, because handling duplicates on Bugzilla was a complete waste of time, and you shouldn't be doing tasks that can be automated. And most importantly, you can focus only on what matters, what's new. On Bugzilla, if somebody filed a crash report 3 years ago, backtrace isn't relevant. If they filed a feature request and there's the only comment on it, it's not relevant. You only want to focus on the things that are happening now. So that's why Sentry works. It acts more like Reddit, where you can't see anything that happened a week ago. And that's how we've got better at Bugzilla. We came up with a policy of actually using a severity status in Bugzilla and having a queue of very high important bugs. Because if you open a list and there's 1,000 bugs, it's overwhelming, you're not going to do any. If you have a very small list, and I've said, if this list ever gets over 10 entries, it's meaningless because I'm just going to go, can't do any up, close it. But if there's only 5 very high priority bugs, I'll be like, well, I can get it down to 4, or I can get it down to 3. It becomes achievable. It becomes a target you can actually do. And we also try to automate more. If something's in needs info state for more than 2 weeks, just close it. You need to be aggressive in closing it so you can see what matters. And also, we've been making an effort on focusing things, triaging things as they come in. Because if you need a response from a user, no one's going to respond to a bug report they filed a month ago. They've stopped using your software by that point. You need to respond within 24 hours. So what's the current trajectory within Plasma? I think we're doing quite well. I don't think we're really adding gimmicks anymore. We're really focusing on making our existing features better. And that's features themselves, but we're focusing on our weak points. And I think it's generally more of a trend of not adding settings, but adding settings that make users' hardware work better. I think there's more of a focus on hardware right now and making your hardware give the maximum it can for you. So I think I've nailed the timing based on the slides that are being handed out. So we can do some questions, or we could go to lunch early.
So, same deal. If you want to get in line for questions, we have one already. Just raise your hand. We'll get you in the stack. Also, if you're listening to the stream online, hopefully it's working. I hear there's been some issues with it. But bring them up in chat. And somebody, I think the other Tobias was here. Yes, you're watching. So go ahead. Please.
So you mentioned we're not adding new gimmicks, which generally I would say is true and is a good idea. We are, however, adding a bunch of things to Plasma, like our own login manager, our own virtual keyboard, initial setup system, and so on, which are all great ideas and good things to do, but how do we balance that with the limited time we have?
That's a really good question. I mean, maybe deleting some of the less used stuff is an option, as things that can be outsourced now. Like, we don't need to do our own way of handling processes in a session because we have tools that do it for us, like systemd, which are amazing. So the more we can outsource, that's brilliant. I mean, we don't have our own audio daemon like we used to have in the past. We have Pulse Audio. So as long as we're expunging things at the same rate we're adding things, that's good. Other than that, you're right, it's a challenge. Kai.
Yeah, I just wanted to give some context on the Cashew thing because I think you glanced over it. The reason the Cashew existed was because Plasma is so configurable. You could actually change what happens when you right-click the desktop. So you could remove the context menu, and then the Cashew was the only option to go back to settings. And then we added an option to remove the Cashew, and then people disabled the context menu, and then they ended up in exactly that situation we didn't want them to go, which what is the reason the cashew was there.
And I think the important takeaway from that, like, you're absolutely right of what happened. But the takeaway from there is focus on what people are actually asking for. Because the reason we removed the right-click context menu was for a really niche case of if you want to emulate OpenBox and have a launcher on your context menu. So with this niche feature that was hidden away for nobody, I don't know anybody who uses that feature, and that took priority over something that was really visible in everybody's face. So it's about prioritization there. And you can't just add more options. You're right, adding more options isn't a solution. Choosing which options to add is hard, but it's the right way.
I use that feature, the right-click context launcher.
Do you really? To people on the live stream, they're lying to you.
You said that we should not add things because wouldn't it be cool if, but isn't that how we have gotten here in the first place? Wouldn't it be cool if we could do, for example, all of those doing the travel assistant things? That basically started out of, wouldn't it be cool if?
Okay, I like to think that started with, wouldn't it be helpful if? Because it is helpful. Right? If you can phrase it as, wouldn't it be helpful if, it's good. And I wasn't in that conversation. Maybe it did start off as, wouldn't it be cool if. But the point I was trying to make was, make sure you're solving a problem the users actually have. And that means taking a cool idea and then reflecting on it and saying, well, actually, is that solving a problem? And in your case, yes, it did solve a problem. In all cases, like a wallpaper that goes, ooh, it doesn't solve a problem, right? So it's about just thinking about that side of things. Sebas.
Hi. Since you brought up 4.0, first of all, I was release manager back then, so I take at least some part of the responsibility.
I mean, I wasn't here to be a blame game, right?
I'm not, no offense taken at all.
Yeah.
I just want to add some context because I think that usually gets lost in the communication towards our users. But the community was in a really, really hard place before the 4.0 release because it took very long. We basically rewrote everything, and you don't attract people if you don't have a release at least on the horizon. And I mean, you've been running scripts on commits, right? Ask David to look at the commits and the number of authors before 4.0, and you see a decline, and it was not a healthy one. So we were losing people. We pretty much just had to get it out. Should have we done better? Were there mistakes made? Absolutely, absolutely. But it was also more and more a question of life and death at that point.
Yeah. And I think we actually had a similar situation. Like, it's about balance. Everything's about balance. When we came into Framework 6, we were so afraid of starting that nobody did any work. There was things we could have done before we branched, and nobody did any of that stuff because they couldn't actively work on it. And there is that balance, 100%. And it's only when we branched that we got a flood of activity. So, yeah, 100% balance. But also reducing your goals, how much work you're trying to do in the first place.
So now that we covered 4.0, looking back, what do you think about how 6.0 went?
We'll discuss that when 7.0 comes back. I mean, I think generally 6.0 as a 0.0 was a surprisingly good release because people were a little bit afraid of things that have happened in the past. And I'm doing this because there's new faces, right? And we need to sort of hammer a message of what we've learned so that when we get to KD7, KD8, or whatever names we use, that we don't repeat the same mistakes. But in general, Plasma 6, Framework 6, applications, whatever, that went really well. But I think it's also good to sort of reflect on whether they went well. And we should do, as a community, every time we make a decision, we should do more of that looking back and having it retroactive. Did it work? Because I don't think we do that enough.
Real quick, they're setting up lunch. It'll take an extra 5 minutes or so, so we've got a little bit more time for questions. So keep going. I didn't make this decision. I wasn't consulted.
So adding on the question on which options are worth adding, which options are worth adding, and that being a hard decision to make. So I'm also personally a software developer, and I have a amateur UX design background. Like, I read books, that's it. It just feels like we do still have options that are too powerful, which on the one hand I appreciate, because if I don't like something I can change it. On the other hand, my amateur UX background says there should be an easier way to be equally as powerful and customizable with a simpler set of options. So a bit of an open-ended question here. Do we maybe have too many programmers in the community and we need more UX designers?
Well, I wouldn't phrase it as too many programmers, but too few designers, yes. And you're right about too many options. I'm going to give a little example of something. In the clock, we have a thing where you can put in your own custom date format, because there are so many date formats in the world. And this one guy put his date format in as day, minute, year. Right? Which is a date format more outrageous than American. Right? And this screenshot happened because obviously it came up with saying 5/39, 2025. And people were like, oh, KDE is so buggy. And it was on the social media, under software gore, and people were saying, look how buggy KDE is. And I mean, that hurts our reputation, because people see it, I don't get the context of this user's an idiot. Because, I mean, it is our fault. It's our fault as well, as the user being an idiot. I mean, the fact he posted it as a bug is very annoying. I would have told him if it had just been on Bugzilla. But yes, that sort of thing, ideally, we should find better ways to do it. Coming up with better ways is hard. And one thing that happens in open source is when you get designers, when you have a well-designed product, designers come and join that product because it's the one that's well-designed. Everything in open source very much is like a self-fulfilling prophecy of, I mean, projects that have good unit tests get more unit tests. Projects that have good designers get more designers. Projects that have written really complicated code to show off, they get complicated developers joining them. Everything is a very self-fulfilling prophecy, and it's very difficult to get out of that. And I'm hoping you, having read your book on UX design, will come in and help start fixing that.
Yeah, so since you talked about it would be cool versus it would be useful, do we end up rejecting patches because they are just the former, like they are only cool? Because I would hate to see wobbly windows go away.
Yeah, I mean, you don't tend to see them because they get rejected. But it definitely happens. I mean, it's both a wouldn't it be cool, but also if something's a really, really, really niche use case, you have to say, it's great for you, it's not necessarily good for your project, and try and separate those things. And it's a very tough thing to do. It's very difficult as a maintainer. Probably a most important job as a maintainer is to selectively say no to patches. But yeah, it happens.
Cool. Let me think. I don't see anything in the chat. Americans catching strays out of the blue. I don't think it's out of the blue. That was the date format. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so thank you, David. If there's no further questions. Cool. So like I said, lunch still needs another 5 minutes or so to get set up. It's going to be upstairs, same area where you got your coffee and so on. And of course, we're asking for a €10 donation if you can so sacrifice yourself to KDE. Go feed yourself. Welcome back. Yeah, that food coma is setting in real fast, I see. Cool. Let's not all get too excited at once. But for our next talk, which is starting now, we have Andy here with Design System Progress and Goals. Andy, please.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay? All right, I'm gonna try to do this better than last year because I was speaking like this and people couldn't hear me online, so. All right, well, today we're gonna explore some of the changes that have happened so far with the design system and what we want to do. I don't know, I'm gonna assume that not all of you know about this idea or this initiative, so I'm going to give you a quick recap of what we have been working on. So we started last year. We had this idea that some of the many random ideas that we have in the visual design team, where we wanted to not use 22 pixel icons anymore because they're just simply not standard. Our way of designing them is difficult, and then you have to adapt them to some other sizes. And so I said, I'll give it a shot. Let me try if I can just make some of these icons into 24 pixels. And from then on, we started doing way more. So our change was, at first, we just wanted to change these 22 pixel icons into 24, but I took the chance to redesign them and make them more understandable, more up-to-date, in some ways more standard to the iconography that we use today, and simplify. A lot of our icons, our legacy icons, are they are complex because they have a certain way of being built, and it's not always the easiest thing to understand. And so I myself am a certified UX expert as well, and so when I look at icons that don't convey strong meaning, it's really difficult for me to, not criticize and work on that. So we start. Okay, so then it was about icons, right? But along the way, I started looking into design systems, and I know they're mostly used for web, but I was thinking if there is a way that we could use these ideas for the desktop. And we picked out just one of those free design systems that you find online, adapted it to some of the ideas that we want to have for the desktop in KDE, in Plasma, and it all started converging. We started a small team called Plasma Next, although it's not a final name, it's just to do this focused work. And through that, a few people have helped us out in defining some of the methodology that we're using, how to build our icons, how to build our colors, our styles, and then eventually we will work through, and I'll show you here in a minute, but we will work through other projects as well that are happening around the Plasma universe that will help us implement some of this. But I have a couple of news for you today, and I'm going to get to them in a minute, so hang on. Anyway, so I think the overall idea with the design system is that we want to align the world of design with the world of code. And that has never been the case at Plasma. And it makes it really difficult. It's a huge barrier to our design, especially when, we want to execute changes on the desktop that need to look in accordance to what our guidelines say. And so we are using some of this new wave of applications like PenPod or Figma to build some of these graphical assets and some of the back end, like the variables and tokens that you use to build your UI. And we hope that those variables and tokens are then used by the desktop seamlessly. It's the same names, and there is a one-to-one correlation between one and the other. And that way, when we hand over design to our developers, they don't have to, really think through much about what the design is trying to tell them. All the parameters are there. Most of this code is just, JSON, CSS, that you just export and you just give to a developer. And in theory, all they would have to do is just plug in all the backend stuff that they need. So that got us really excited. We started working on this. But by far, the thing that took the longest was our icons, and they still are. So let me tell you a little bit more about what's next here. So I explained some of this right here already. And I'm just going to explain a little bit what progress we've made. So like I mentioned, we started with colors, icons, and so forth. So these are sort of the 5 things that we're doing. And we're going to categorize them as far as, state or location. So when it comes to design-wise, graphical side, our status is like this. We have our colors, we have our typography, we have our shadows and blurs, our grids, and we have our icons. And I put that icon at the end because it's truly not finished, but it's almost there. So as far as design goes, these, by the way, these are called foundations. So these aspects are not everything. As you may notice, like we don't have buttons, sliders, stuff like that, because we need to set a foundation with this first. So the foundational aspect is being worked on, and this is the status. And when it comes to icons, we landed on some kind of anatomy that I'm going to explain, which is different than what we use in Breeze. So first of all, we're using rounded edges. Breeze is more of a sharp angle type of design, and there is good and bad in it. For one, generally in design, shapes that are more rounded are more approachable at a psychological level. And so people feel less threatened by it, and it's easier to derive the meaning of some of these icons that way. I'm not gonna say this is like earth-shattering, right? Like if you make them rounded, now everybody gets it. That's not how it works. But definitely it helps. And we've also simplified a lot of our lines. We made them more structured. And if you notice, we also have these little cutouts in the end. This is something that sort of came from Breeze, but we landed on this eventually. We're using a circular cutout for some of our icons so that we can express variances in meaning. So for example, this could be something like, the history of your documents that you just read, right? If it was by itself, it would just be a document, but because we have a clock and with a little circular cutout, it just gives it a little bit of a different meaning. And we're using this type of style where we reserve a certain corner of the icon to do this. And then another thing we did too is we're now using grid templates. So these templates are, they're hard to see, I'm sorry, but there are some guiding lines in the background that generally guide your design. They balance your shapes. They help designers figure out where the visual interest should go. And it also provides a very easy way for you to make sure that you have reserved spaces for your icons on the sides, and everything is balanced, basically. So it makes it a lot faster to design. And in products like I was saying, like PenPod and Figma, you can actually componentize all of this. And you can say, you can make icons by just making 3 or 4 components, and you just mix them up through the UI. You don't have to even move pixels around. The system just swaps images for you and generates an icon, which is really fast. very useful, especially when there are people in our audience, for example, that need icons very quickly, and we're trying to, really think through how should we design this thing. This helps us a lot. So that's one of the changes. When it comes to PenPot progress, which is basically moving our foundation elements to PenPot, we're kind of there. PenPot is able to support colors, typography, shadows, but not blurs, not yet. Grids and spacing, yes, it can do it. And then our icons, it can and cannot. So some icons work no problem in PenPot, while others don't. And this is still the case. I mentioned this last year as well. The PenPot team is working really hard. They're moving their UI, their designer window into WebAssembly. And that should make PenPot much faster, and it should include a lot of these features that don't allow us to reproduce the same shapes that we made in Figma in PenPot. So, work in progress, but the other stuff is done. And not only that, very recently, PenPot actually worked with a developer of this pretty famous plugin called Token Studio. And in Figma, Token Studio is a plugin. In PenPot, it's built in. And that allows us to basically codify all of our graphical resources with token names that another application can consume. Makes it much faster, and it's all native. You don't have to play around with some of these things. When it comes to system implementation, this is just going to be a little bit stuck. And it's not a problem. It's just that we're working on other projects that are very important, and until that happens, we just can't think of implementation yet. So in those cases, this is the number of icons we've made. It's a lot. And I'm sure I'm going to end up with arthritis one day, but this is how many we've made. It's a lot. But what I like about it is that, again, these applications like PenPot, they are able to really maximize your output. For the most part, and I'm not taking away anything from other designers that have helped me out, but most of these ones I've made myself. But the easy thing about it is that you can just componentize and you just build your icons very quickly. They're repeatable shapes anyway, so a lot of icons. And additional to this, we have, as we think about how a design system can plug into Plasma, we've come up with some guideline ideas that we should keep in mind. So, for example, in Plasma today, when you need a monochrome icon, you add a suffix, like dash symbolic. It's not widely used, but it's there. So if there are specific needs, for example, let's say you have a toolbar that really needs a very specific icon, you can use suffixes for that. So we've developed this guideline to basically tell others, if you really need something very specific, use that. We also decided not to support third-party icons anymore. So what was happening in the past with Breeze is we were taking our icons from, like Firefox, like we even have Adobe PDF in there, and we redesigned them to look like Breeze. That's not necessarily a problem, except that sometimes some of these icons are copyrighted, and they don't allow for derivative work. And we don't want to run the risk that someone says, hey, stop using our icon, or they would want to enforce their icons on us. So it's better that we don't support them. At the end of the day, a lot of these applications and third parties, proprietary stuff, they have their own designers. They can provide their icons, and we don't have to touch them or reinterpret them. And in fact, it actually kind of affects their brand too, right? If you're changing their icon in another place, that probably is not the best idea. And also, another guideline that we developed is, and this is a habit that we need to work on, but as developers, sometimes when you're developing your applications, you have the desire to use icon whatever. When you do that, I think what we see most often is that you just find something that works. Like we were just talking about this during lunchtime, like we just find a bell icon, but maybe that's not the use that was intended for that icon. So our intention is that going forward, when developers need icons, the habit now should be to submit a bug ticket or a request ticket asking for what would be the most appropriate icon for this function or that function. That way the design team can provide that guidance and they don't have to think through it and possibly select icons that don't apply or that come from the wrong collection of icons in our system. So a lot of stuff is happening here. We also just had a little discussion about how to organize our icons. Today we follow a standard for the open desktop, free desktop, sorry. Yep. And that has plus and minuses, right? So maybe we would want to rethink the way that we organize our icons as well. Anyway, so that's that. But the other part is this is what I was trying to get at earlier. Our team member over here, Ariane, is working on this new engine, theming engine called Union. And this is going to basically unify, for lack of a better word, all of our frameworks, and you just basically request your UI from the system. And the reason why we are tied to it is because it would be Union in the future that would communicate with the design system to receive the tokens that we develop. And so, of course, it's moving along really great. I watch the development all the time. But there will be a point when we will have to come together to talk about how unified styling works with plugging in a design system to it. And I'm just excited for that time because I think it'll really show the magic and the powerful aspect of all this work. So, but still, we cannot implement because we want Union to be ready first. Now, today, I'm going to give you some freebies, as it is open source. And I'm going to release 3 elements of the design system, or provided by the design system, that you can test on your own side. Now, I'm going to caution you to be, one, this is not ready for prime time. It's not ready for production. This is for experimental purposes only, for your inspection, how you like it, how you don't like it, and we're asking for feedback. I haven't put this in a repo yet or in GitLab because it's not ready. It's still receiving a lot of work. But I'm going to give you these 3 things. The first one is going to be a color theme, dark and light, based on the design system. We're calling our new design Ocean. So this is going to be Ocean Light and Ocean Dark. Now, these are just color schemes that we put together based on some of the design system mockups that we've made for some time and the colors that we selected to be part of our UI. So you'll get that. And you guys know how to apply color schemes, right? Yeah? Okay. Not everyone at once. Okay, cool. The next thing is going to be a plasma style. And this one, I will tell you right now, it's a little bit more finicky. but happy to be pointed out the feedback about it, but you'll get it. And we're gonna get you a plasma style. And then I'm going to release the icon pack. So you're gonna get those almost 8,000 icons in a little tarball, and you can just apply them on your system. I think you should expect that there will be bugs. Don't think this is bug-free. This is not ready. We're hoping to get more feedback from you. That's the point of it. But you can see the icons, and you can see how they work for you. And if you want to report any bugs, you're welcome to take a picture for this QR code and let us know. All right, that's it. That's the presentation.
Thank you. So, as usual now, if there are any questions and you want some answers to them, we have one over there, actually. Get you this mic.
Oh, I'll take it, yeah.
What do you see, maybe when can Pempot be a featureful replacement for Figma for our use case, basically, to work with it and work with it like a broader community?
I didn't catch the question well, so can you repeat, please?
So when do you think Pempot will be ready to use as a broader community tool set for designing?
So Pempot supports most of the design system today, but there are some, I would say, basic shape control elements that Pempot doesn't do the same way that other applications do. So they know about these problems, and they have received feedback not just from Plasma, but from other people that work in their system. And they said that their primary goal this year was to move to WebAssembly for the editor window. And then after that, they'll address all of these smaller, like shape control bugs or, Boolean operation problems that Pempot can sometimes have. And as far as I can see, because I'm following some of their WebAssembly tickets and also our tickets about shape control, they expect to do WebAssembly this year. So hopefully before the end of the year. And then the other ones about, the shape operations, they don't have a date, but their tickets say that they will soon follow. And the dependency is releasing the editor window in WebAssembly, basically. So I'm hopeful that I would love to just move all of our assets to Pempot, because when we used Figma, well, for one, Figma is proprietary. It has a free tier, but at the end of the day, it's proprietary. And the other part of it is that Figma is not as approachable for everybody. We used a design system that came from a free set of components that were provided online, and so they have a lot of branding in them that has nothing to do with what we want to use them for. So I would love for us to just basically get Pempot ready and just remove all that branding and stuff that we don't need and only leave the components that we actually use. But it's coming along in some way. I mean, I started working on buttons a couple of weeks ago, trying to build buttons that were in Figma but in Pempot. So that's kind of like the second layer of design system. So yeah, that would be the answer.
Cool, thanks. Do we have another question? There's no questions from the internet, for better or worse.
All right.
Cool, thanks,
Cool,
Andy.
thanks, Victoria.
Cool. Very good. Thank you, Andy. So Yep, please go ahead. The next talk that's happening in here will be what's been happening in the end of 10, presenting a cross-community initiative to bring Linux to Windows users in about 20 minutes. We're done pretty early. So go have fun, or stay here, or I'm going to put the mic down. Hello, welcome back. We're about to get started with the next session here in room 1. What's been happening in the end of 10? Presenting a cross-community initiative to bring Linux to Windows users by Bettina Lewis, Carolina Silvia Rode, Dr. Joseph de Valgeis, and Nicole Thiel. And I'm sorry for butchering your names.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we put on the slides here. It's a preliminary retrospective because the campaign is actually going on beyond today. The official end of support for Windows 10 was 14th of October. It still is, except for Windows is now, Microsoft has made many accommodations to try to keep people who didn't want to update to Windows 11. All of our slides, as always, are online. We're going to start with who we are. Nicole, would you like to present yourself?
I'm Nicole. I've been here last year for the first time, and I've joined the KDE Eco team and worked with Joseph on the campaign, on the Opt Green campaign, which has the End of 10 campaign within it. You might have heard of it.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Bettina. I'm a retired engineer and teacher based in Berlin. And before I started working for the project in January, I hardly knew anything about Linux and had never heard of KDE before. So it's really special to be here with you all now. And my activities aim to bring Linux to open-minded elderly people in Berlin at different locations. And I started with my neighbors and have built up quite a network. I guess that is why Joseph is calling me a rainmaker.
Have my own. I'm Carolina. I'm also pretty new at everything. I just met Joseph talking about specifically this campaign last year in CCC. And yeah, I just approached to see how I could help. And that's really the entire story for me.
And I'm Joseph. And we wanted to do the presentation as a group because the campaign is really conceptualized as a collaborative effort. So it made sense to also have the people who are making that collaborative effort together here on stage. And there are many people who are not here and many other activities happening within the campaign that we're not going to talk about. This is just a sort of general overview of some of the things that are happening. So it's really just the tip of the iceberg. We do have a BOF on Monday at 1 o'clock. Most of us will be there the entire time, and some of us will join a little later. You're welcome to come if you have ideas, if you want to help out with some of the automation of some of the processes for the website. Please come by. We would love to talk with you. Monday at 1 in room 2. And we also have an end of 10 install party here on Thursday from 4 until 8. So 4 until 8 at the very end of Akademy. We need supporters. If you want to help newbies install Linux, if you want to try to convince newbies to come join, in particular, we're looking for artists, Pythonistas, designers, gamers, as these groups are relevant for the goals. And part of the idea of this install party is that we can get feedback from new users that are directly relevant for the goals that KDE is currently working on. So please invite people if you have channels for any of those people in the target audience. If you want to come and help, please come by. So as Nicole already mentioned, the End of 10 sort of was born out of the Opt Green project, which is a Umweltbundesamt or German Environment Agency funded project that started last year in 2024. In conversations with Nicole and Lydia, we realized that 14th of October 2025 was going to be the end of support of Windows, which is directly relevant for the sustainable use of hardware and the role that software plays, which is what the Opt Green project is about. We also then realized the 14th of October is International E-Waste Day. And KDE's birthday, 29th birthday. So it seemed that things were coming together and we should do something with this. And on the way, I don't know if anyone recognizes whose computer that is. Carl and I were on our way to Ubuntu Summit, and coming up with ideas for a campaign that we can do to make people aware that Windows 10 support is ending and Linux is an option. Wrote a BOF proposal at SFSCon in November, had the first BOF, about 10 or 15 people came. Ideas were being generated. Everything was very vague, and we had this idea, what do we want to do with it? And then people proposing this, proposing that. In CCC in December, things really started to come together. There was a really large BOF, I think with like 30 people, and people started raising their hand, I'll do this, I'll do that. One of the people who was there was Caro. Would you like to?
Okay, sure. I was there. I was also, it was the first time I was at CCC. I went with school. I was mostly checking it out. I heard Joseph talk about this, and I thought, okay, I don't know how to help with many things, but I can translate stuff into Spanish, I guess. And I offered to do just that. And then, yeah, like another thing I could do, and I eventually ended up doing, was reach out to people back home in Latin America, which, like, there are quite some communities devoted to these things, and I reached out to them, and I got them to, well, we haven't explained what the campaign exactly does, but I got them to participate in this, and this was very exciting for me to see Latin America heavily represented.
Yeah, I also was at the CCC for my second time, actually. I missed Joseph's talk there, but I watched the video afterwards, and I was really impressed by the environmental impact of all the e-waste due to end of 10. And I felt right away that that was the right project for me. And to me, it was important to save as many computers as I can by repairing them and bringing this topic to affected people of end of 10, mainly in Berlin.
Oh, sorry. So the first and obvious step was to build a website, so we get visibility. And now I have to read the names, I'll forget otherwise. So the design came up by, or Tobias Bernhard came up with the design. He needs some special...
We put it close to the mouth.
Ah, can you hear me now? Yeah. Good. So Tobias, I don't know if he's here. No. He did the design for the website and the implementation. Nico Düsing did that. And the map, Matthias did the map. He's actually here. So the map is not seen there, but you'll see it later. And also, the website is translated into, 29 languages already. So thank you very much, KDE translation team. Yeah. Yeah, and then we couldn't have this campaign without the heroes of the campaigns, which is the developers who have been, some of them, not all of them, but all of you have developed now for 29 years, as it is KDE's birthday this year. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. And also the people on the ground that help people install Linux wherever they are, or help them if they have problems. So that's also very important to this project campaign.
Thank you. So we thought we'd reflect a little bit about what worked, some of the challenges, and then what's coming next. So the overarching goal was to connect new users with in-person support. Who here has helped someone install Linux that never used it before? And then who here has had to then help them again afterwards? Exactly. So the idea here was let's try to recreate that at scale so that people know they can go somewhere and get someone to help them out. And we wanted to do that in roughly 3 steps. So promote existing local networks. There's already a huge number of people out there doing Linux installs, whether it's Linux user groups or just Linux install parties, crypto parties, etc. Find these networks, bring them together. Second step is do outreach to users, to supporters of the campaign, to get attention, to give the campaign some weight, and the media so that people start to pay attention to what we're doing. And then the third step is building up new support networks. I don't remember who wanted to talk at this slide, but I can say something. Or if, yeah. Okay. So we already have 300 plus places listed which offer recurring support for new users. We have over 225 one-time events or events that happen occasionally listed on the website in over 40 countries on every continent. You can see that some areas of the map are much more well represented. If you're watching this video or if you're in the audience and you are in one of those places, please consider getting involved. Let's try to also establish some support networks there as well.
Right. So something that I think really worked very well was to the new volunteers, to people who approached us saying, how can I help? I think we could give them something before even reaching the users. Because there was a lot of people that really wanted to do something and didn't know exactly what. So we gave them like a concrete plan, like you can do this. And this was already quite helpful. Then, of course, we got them in touch with other people who were also looking for something to do. And lastly, we also gave them stuff that they could use or promoted them to make more stuff that the others could do. These are some examples of posters that people created for different events or the campaign in general. I do not remember exactly who made what, but still, there are more of them. There's also a jingle that was broadcast in radio somewhere. There was a lot of stuff, and this, I think, was very positive for the community to engage people who wanted to help and didn't know how. That was, right. This is you again.
So engaging volunteers, also engaging the free software world. One of the ideas behind the campaign was we're going to make the campaign distro neutral. We're going to try to speak as a big FOSS family. I really am happy to see represented in our list of supporting organizations that I think we're at least getting there. We have various distributions, various desktop environments, various organizations that are working on free software and have been working on free software for decades that are listing themselves as supporters of the campaign. I'm especially happy to see that we're also reaching into repair collectives and strengthening the tie that software has for repairing hardware. This is something that I think is quite abstract for many people, but when you start to realize, oh, my hardware won't work because the software has stopped being supported, I can go to a repair cafe, that becomes not abstract and very concrete.
Yeah, this is about local outreach to users. I live in a quite big cooperative apartment complex where about 1,000 people live. And I decided to bring the subject there by first giving a presentation there. And about 30 people joined. And after that, because the interest was very big, so I got good resonance, and I opened up a weekly opening hours where people could come and get, and we do also there some installations, and I also I did organize an install event where we have the next slide, and we see some details. Right. So some photos of the install event. They were about, I was going through, we had a one-to-one support, and I think this is actually quite important. And we helped with doing backups first, and we had I should stick to my notes, but we had finally nine computers switched. We had demo computers, which people just could try what Linux looked like. And if they only use the browser afterwards, they say, it looks like Windows. Surprise. And I think it was very successful. And afterwards, the people came back to this continuous support, because as we heard, you all have the experience that it's not done with just going to an install party and then you never see the people again. And people wouldn't even go there because maybe doing a backup is they cannot do, and then afterwards they want to be sure that afterwards they can come to somebody that helps out. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, part of the Opt Green campaign is to make eco-consumers aware that there's another option other than Windows or Apple. And one way of doing this was adding putting ads, that's right, into magazines. And this has been put into Ökotest. The Germans might know this. It's an eco-consumer magazine, which is well known within Germany, and we've had ads in there 2 times now, and in our newsletter, in their newsletter, and so, yeah.
So part of the outreach was, for example, from us with ads in consumer-oriented, eco-consumer-oriented publications. But it's also, the idea was, let's do a distributed approach to this. So getting supporting organizations on board, inviting them to also promote their software, their project in the context of End of 10. And it was, I think, quite successful. We saw, for example, Debian, Zorin OS, KDE from the free software world were all doing their own campaigns within the context of the End of 10. Also had the repair initiative, Wundertischreparatur, doing their own outreach as a supporting organization of the End of 10. And this gave us a much wider reach than we would have been able to do if we had done it on our own. So we really try to establish this distributed approach. And I would say it's working. There's been a lot of attention being paid in various publications. Here are some examples of some familiar ones like Linux Magazine, Tom's Hardware, PC World, but also in some non-tech oriented publications. This is from Irish Times. Oh, I'm sorry. Please.
Yeah, I was looking for some, because it's one thing that you publish in like Linux magazines, which normal people, you know what I mean, won't read, but I found very important to notice that there are many like mainstream media, like important newspaper in Berlin, like the Tagesspiegel, or broadcasting, the Deutschlandfunk made a broadcast about like alternative apps and Linux, and they even explicitly mentioned the End of 10 campaign. And I was really, I only heard about this because a friend was writing me, will there be more Linux install events? After just listening to the radio broadcast, I changed my mind and I want to change to Linux. So I thought that was really a great broadcast. And also about this too, anyway, okay. No, I find it also worth mentioning these 2 guys from Ireland. There was an article in the Irish Times, which is a printed media as well. And for some people, it might be just motivating to support these local guys. They invented Zorin, I have learned, and instead of supporting big tech. And that's part of our campaign too.
So part of the outreach that we're doing is also trying to build up new networks. So these existing networks, we're already doing install parties, we try to get them on board. But we also want to try to bring new people in. And part of that was reaching out to, for example, Anstiftung, which is an organization in Germany for repair cafes. And when we first talked to them in, I think it was February, they were skeptical. They said, we don't see what software has to do with repair cafes. We don't know if our community would be interested in this. We proposed doing a presentation to their community. 180 people from repair cafes around Germany came, listened to a talk about e-waste, a very familiar talk that many of you may have seen, e-waste, energy consumption, in producing new devices, the role that software bloat plays in making devices obsolete that still work, all of these familiar topics. And from that 180 people, many of them were interested in follow-ups. And people within the, the End of 10 campaign, Varut and Herbert volunteered to do a installation webinar They did a webinar with, I think it was 110 people showed up who were not necessarily familiar with Linux. And as we mentioned, were initially the people behind the organization hesitant to even open up this conversation.
Yeah, we also reached out to the BUND, which is one of the big environmental organizations in Germany. And they operate also a repair cafe. They have a zero waste newsletter. And together with them, we could organize some events. We could do a talk, give a talk there, up there, PC, the first one up there. And we did a workshop at the Reparatur- und Tauschfest. But at the end, the results were a bit didn't meet our expectations. Yeah.
Which brings us to the challenges.
Yeah. Sorry.
So as I said, as Bettina mentioned, I call her the rainmaker. She's really on the ground in Berlin, in touch with everybody she can get in touch with.
Right. Yeah, and this map you see there is from the Netzwerk Reparaturinitiativen, which is a network for all German-speaking countries. And this is showing the repair cafes that are existing in Berlin. And there are many, but only one of it is listed on our website. So I did personally reach out to some repair cafes and wanted to support them with doing also Linux installations and help people, but I got, they had many reasons for not offering, and one was actually like, when somebody comes with a broken toaster to the repair cafe, afterwards it's fixed and they can just use it. And with a computer, after you put on a different operating system, it's quite different situation. And they just don't want to handle all these people coming to them and need to explain how to use this and how to do that. They just want to do repairing stuff, and this is quite understandable. Okay, yeah, that is again from my install party, just saying it's the same thing again. I think to address people directly, the personal contact that you know them already is quite important. They would not, so it's necessary to build personal relationships and networks like on the ground. And it could be neighbors, friends, family, or some organizations that they have access to people. And the installation itself is quite a hurdle, so you need help. And these people wouldn't go to a Linux user group or to the CBase or whatever. And actually, we also contacted Linux user group, and they are not really keen to go to repair cafes. Okay, next slide. Yeah, next one. Thank you.
Should I maybe say something here? So one of the things, the challenges we have is we're bringing also a lot of people who are outside the FOSS community, from repair cafes, or just people who are excited about the environmental aspects of installing Linux on a device that is losing support. And that brings some learning curve, right? These are new structures for them. The FOSS way of doing things is new and foreign. I think this is going to be the case in any project, but we're seeing some of that in this campaign itself, using, for good reason, unfamiliar communication platforms, things that are new for them, or maybe they don't have or don't use, is a hurdle that is also maybe keeping some people out. And then some of the challenges with building new teams and community. There are many places in the world that don't have the dozens of makerspaces, Linux user groups, and repair cafes like Berlin, where once you go outside of that, you're the only person there that you know of, right? And you have to build a new community out of, from scratch, from the beginning. And there's a lot of gaps in the map, and those might be places, there are, I'm certain, Linux enthusiasts there, but they may not know that other people like them exist, and yeah, that's a challenge. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I'm also the timekeeper within the timekeeping. One of my challenges was it's a lot to keep people close to mouth. Okay. It's keeping everybody up to date, everybody who's interested in the campaign, keeping them up to date, the repair cafes, what's going on, where are we now? That's a challenge. The other challenge is to keep them hooked, right? That's generally in the campaign. You have somebody who's interested, and they're interested for having one event or generally interested, but keep them close to you or keep them updated and keep them interested. That's also very hard. And also just answering emails from them and giving them answers, etc., etc. That's also, it's very time-keeping. It sounds silly, but it is difficult with a small team.
It's also not a very instant gratification type thing. Like, some people join the Matrix channel and they expect a revolution next day. And when this doesn't happen, they get disappointed or annoyed, or they like call out people who don't deserve to be called out, and then they leave. And this also has to be managed, because everything takes time. Everything is slow, and when we want to do something in the website, this goes through a lot of people, and when we want something to be translated, this goes through a lot of people. And this, sure, maybe some of this could be faster, but it is what it is at the moment, and people do not like it, especially people who come in fresh, like I did. I also didn't like it at the beginning, and then I said, okay. But this is, I think, one of the biggest challenges is managing how people come in with a lot of energy and they say, yes, let's do this. And then the next day, it's like, oh, but no one's doing exactly what I said we should do, and then they leave. Yeah.
We may not cover all of the remaining 4 slides or so, but I do want to focus on this one. October 14th is coming up. It's KDE's birthday, and it would be beautiful if we could organize a global install party, KDE birthday celebration. So if you are reading this and you're thinking, yeah, that sounds great, then get involved. Organize something. Let's do some outreach to the KDE network. Let's make this a global thing. I think this could be a really fun way to celebrate KDE's 29th birthday. 3 minutes. Okay, great.
Yeah, I would just want to talk a bit about some activities I'm trying to establish in Berlin. The most important for me is to get into the Technikmuseum. I am working there as a volunteer already, and I already made now 2 install events, and I hope that I can establish an event like every 2 weeks or at least once a month where people can go and learn about free and open software. And yeah, there was another one, but anyway.
This is an idea that, you know, we are just hit the ground running, and suddenly all these repair cafes, Linux user groups, maker spaces were contacting us, and we've really been focusing on getting them into the website. But now we're getting to a point where I think we're in the second phase and thinking about what can we do. We've built up this really beautiful network of places offering Linux support. Can we take that enthusiasm and bring it back into the developer community? And one idea is writing up guides how to write bug reports, trying to encourage the people on the ground doing the support with people to learn how to identify things that are bugs that can be fixed, and then give those reports back. So we thought this might be an idea of how do we use this network in ways that are beneficial also to the developers that are developing the software. And then another idea is keeping this network alive in various forms. One could be doing like a Linux phone book, but another idea could be doing a follow-up campaign. Intel chip Macs are losing support now, and that's good hardware. Some of it's not very old. It fits perfectly into this campaign of what we're doing with Windows 10 end of support. So maybe doing an iWaste campaign as a follow-up. And maybe just the last thing, I'll just mention it, that Nicole and I prepared a proposal for another project following the green one basically taking the UpGreen project into schools. And we want to try to also think about how we can scale it up in ways using these networks that are being built up right now. So this is something that's in the pipeline, and we hope that it will get funded. So yeah, so I think we have 10 minutes for Q&A. And also just to mention, the UpGreen project in particular is funded by the German Environment Agency. So thank you.
Thank you. I was so ready. I was so ready. Right on time. Yeah, no, you did good. Okay, yeah, so we're going to do Q&A now. If you want to ask these wonderful people a question, raise your hand. I need one of you guys to be a volunteer and be a mic runner and just run over to them with the mic. Thank you.
Let me.
Somebody, please. Yeah, right there. Yeah, you're good.
I'm curious on your, pardon me. What I want to know is what are the major obstacles or the major barriers when empowering people with Linux and transforming them from Windows to Linux? What are the people complaining about or what they're missing?
I mean, actually, in this campaign, it's about end of 10, so they have a computer that has Windows 10 and is not able to be updated. So this is sort of a, they can either throw it away or put Linux on it, or find another way to put Windows 11 on it, but that's not what we promote. So yeah, so people they can at least try, and after they try, I got a lot of positive feedback that are surprised how easy to use it is and how surprisingly fast their computer is afterwards. So, yeah.
I think one thing I've seen is that vendor lock-in is a real issue. People have a piece of software they either need or they think they need, and if it doesn't run on Linux, it just creates a barrier that feels insurmountable. I think that's one that I've seen, and I'm sure there are several others, but that's one that comes to mind. I think there was a question in the internet. If you wanted to follow up on that question, yeah.
Yep. Okay. I wanted to ask, because you said that you've been receiving feedback from those groups, from repair cafes and such. Do we kind of collect them somewhere? So do we have a central database of those? I think that would be quite valuable to collect all this feedback so that us as maybe distro developers or people who just want to help can use that feedback.
Yes, so we have done one survey about a week and a half ago, and about, I think, 50 repair cafes in the network replied. It was more general than specific obstacles that they see. It was more about if they've seen an increase in visitors, how many devices that they've upcycled since getting involved with the campaign, and these kinds of questions. But we do have the idea of doing a follow-up survey and asking some more specific questions, and I think it would be even better if we can get to the point where it's an established relationship of them submitting either bug reports or giving some sort of user feedback.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe could something like this work, that we would have some website or database where we could add, because I feel like many people have some aversion to submitting bug reports. They don't want to do it because it's too much of a hassle. I used to be like that too, so yeah, so maybe if they can maybe tell those people at the repair cafes or at our endpoints, let's say, and it will be easier to kind of report those problems, and then we could aggregate them in one place. I don't know.
Excellent idea. Thank you.
Okay. We have one question from the internet real quick, and then we'll go you and you. So first, the internet wishes to know, do you have, or did you have an experience where the campaign reached a bigger group of people who weren't already interested in Linux or privacy or tinkering with electronics, but just didn't want to buy a new computer?
I think actually, this is the first thing I said to Joseph, I think. Like, yes, the whole ecological environment thing is very good and very important, but there's also the financial issue for a lot of people, especially like not to insist so much on this, but back home in Latin America, the buying a new computer is an investment of money that is not easy to make. And it was also important to me that this became part of the campaign. Like you buy a new computer on your terms when you decide to buy a new computer. And so yes, there's many different, I think, approaches to this. Ultimately, some approaches work better with different people. I think here in Germany, the whole environment thing is very effective. But the others, I think, are also very, very important and very useful for us when we talk to people, when we want to convince them. Because you tell them, like, yes, your computer, the one that you have right now, that you've had for 10 years, you can keep it for another 10. Okay, maybe that's pushing it, but still. Like, you can keep it until you decide you no longer want to keep it. That's, I think, also a powerful argument.
When I recently joined, I was quite amazed by the numbers. Quite a few events, quite a few repair cafes, and it's still growing. But at the same time, it still seems small compared to the vast internet and so on. How do you think of these numbers? Are these like good enough? Do we aim for more? Are you like so happy that you have even achieved this much? What do you think about the scale?
So I'm sure other people have something to say. I would just add, I agree. So I would say let's aim bigger, but we also need some support. Come to the BOF on Monday and you can find out how you can help us make some of the processes that are currently implemented a bit more efficient.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, referring to the iceberg image, this is only what we see and what people have told us, that places that are there. And when we start going through the newspapers and get all these notes from local papers where some computer club is offering something, they don't even have heard maybe of the campaign, but they just do this work, bring Linux to the people that want to use it. And so I think this is just the tip of the iceberg, what you see on our website.
Social media, in particular the Fediverse, that there are people now using the end of 10 hashtag that aren't involved directly in any way with the campaign, which is also pretty cool to see, that it's becoming its own thing and has legs beyond ours.
Yeah, because you have mentioned about the recycling of the recent Intel-based Macs, and have you tried to reach out the T2 Linux team? Because the Apple's T2-based Macs and probably some of the T1-based Macs, they are much more closer than the Apple M series Macs rather than the traditional x86 PCs, and not all of the devices were working. As far as I heard in last year's StepConf, where they gave a presentation on the status of the T2 Linux, and well, if you are serious about the recycling the older Intel, the later generation of the Intel-based Macs, I think that helping their work to provide a full support of the T2-based Mac hardwares would be a great idea.
Excellent suggestion. After the talk, let's repeat the name and I'll write it down, and then maybe we can be in touch with them. Yeah, thank you.
You obviously built the campaign based on the end of Windows 10, but I was just wondering how many even older versions of Windows did you see during your support?
Yeah, I have no idea, the honest answer. It is nice to see, at least here, and I know this is a bubble, in Germany you have like the BSI, which is responsible for digital security, putting out press releases that Windows 10 support is ending. You have news organizations reporting on this. And we really wanted to, when the reporting was coming out, which is around now, to make sure the campaign was visible, at least to some of them. But I don't know how many people know about this. I don't know how many people care about software updates. And that's one of the things, we keep talking about buying a new computer. I'm sure a lot of people will continue using their unsupported computer for much longer. But I don't think that should stop us from trying to do the outreach to make them aware of it, but I don't know how many people we're actually reaching. We're trying our best.
I got a question. Do you find that your campaign is reaching a lot of people we would consider to be highly technical or experts, or is it mostly people we would consider to be sort of more normal people?
I mean, the campaign wants to offer personal support for doing the installation and things even after you need support. So tech-savvy people, they just, even if they have not done an installation before, they just watch some YouTube videos and do it by themselves. But this is not the people we reach out to with this campaign.
I would support what Bettina is saying. I think most people who are coming to these events are probably not the people who we would consider tech-savvy. And it's also nice to see if you can scroll forward a few slides to see one more. So for example, doing ads, go back one, doing ads like this, I think is also, if it's not resulting in people coming to an event, it's at least raising awareness about the role that software plays in environmental harm. So it's at least, I think some people might be seeing this. It's really a big magazine. This is, I think, a pretty cool thing that we were able to do because we have this project. And then having 2 slides forward, having one more, these kind of reports coming out, I also think is at least raising awareness. How many of them end up going to an install event? We don't know.
One important note is that Windows 11 is not supported on old hardware. Even though you manage to install Windows 11, there's no guarantee that you will get updates. Microsoft says that this themselves. So this is also an important note to say to people, why? I could just use Windows 11, but there's no guarantee that it will work in like 2 years on the old hardware.
Absolutely. And I think, as the keynote said this morning, we have great marketing team right now with the politics, international politics, and that is also helping people become aware of this dependency, that they're dependent on this company and feeling like they have lost control. And this is a nice story also saying, you can take control back. Totally.
Well, thank you guys very much. This was a great presentation, good feedback. Cool. And so now we will have a coffee break, once again, upstairs in the same place you got it from today. Afterwards, we will have one of the more exciting talks, the report of the KDE EV board, the nonprofit that makes this happen. And we'll start that at 15:35. See you guys then. You have a big screen right there. Well, I'm going to start. You guys figure it out on the fly, okay? Ready? Hello, and welcome back to the next session. This is, I promise you, the most exciting session you'll ever experience of your lives at Akademy. We have the report of the board of the KDEEV with these people.
Yeah. Is it on? Is it on? Yeah? No? Okay. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Should we introduce ourselves first? Yeah, I guess so. Well, this presentation, what we are doing is some content that used to be part of our AGM or General Assembly, but since a few years back, we've started doing it in the open so that, well, all of the communities, well, is exposed to all of the work we've been working, and you're aware of what things we do. And yeah, let's introduce ourselves first. I'm going to start. My name is Alesh. I am the KDV president right now. I've been doing KD software for quite a while.
Hi, I'm Lydia. I am the vice president of KDE, and also quite a while, 20 years almost.
Hi, I'm Nate Graham. I am board member A. I have been doing KDE stuff for way less time than all of these illustrious people, but I try to make up for it with passion and irritating pointy sticks instead.
Hi, I'm Eike. I've been with KDE since 2005, and I'm currently vice president and treasurer on the board.
Hi, I'm Adrian. I am board member B, and I make up for that by having the whip.
They're banked, you know.
Yeah, thanks, folks. Good, then, as Adrian, I think, said, we're going to have an election this year. Both Adrian and Nate are up for voting. Any one of you who is a KDV member, you can consider joining. And actually, if you're not a KDV member and you're doing things in KDE, you should consider becoming one. This year we had, so far, 3 new members. Last year we had some more, and actually over the last few days there was a little bit of a push for getting new people in, and like we can see that there's 5 pending, but like the vote is not over yet, so we cannot really list them yet. But yeah, consider joining the KDV.
Wow, we have 2 microphones, such luxury. And now I have to keep my eyesight. Check. So we have a number of different income channels. You'll hear more about that later in the Financial Working Group report, actually. But you can see that in general, these numbers are not going down, which is very nice. We have more supporting members than we did in the previous year. The highlight is that we have many recurring donations now from non-members, because DonorBox makes it very easy. That's quite healthy for our income. We also have 2 new corporate supporting members this year. We have Tech Paladin, a company that has appeared that employs many of the KDE contributors you know and love, as well as Synergy, who make very exciting software around the desktop that allows you to synchronize your devices and move your mouse cursor across screens over the network and fancy things like that. All right.
KDE EV has a couple of primary purposes. One of them is organizing Akademy. The other is hiring people to support the KDE community. This is our list of contractors. We'll talk about them in more detail. Most of our contractors are, in fact, here, so you can reach out and talk to them from a respectful distance.
All right. For those who don't know each of them, let's introduce them. First one, Petra. Petra is amazing in organizing our office and making sure that all our paperwork, accounting, and all these things are in order, and it's amazing that we have her for so many years now. Next slide, please. Then we have Dina, who supports us in making this event and others happen. So if you... And then we have Farid, who is with KDE EV to help organize around the goals. Make sure that the community has all the support they need for the goals. So if you ever have requests around the goals, need help, connections, all of these things, Farid is your man. And then we have 2 amazing people, Nicole and Joseph, who are doing KDE Eco. And I hope you were in their amazing presentation earlier to learn all about the current project. And yeah, this is really a big project for KDE EV because it's a significant amount of money that we're working with there from the Bundesumweltamt, but also it's a big deal for us that we can make a project like this happen that started in the KDE community and that we could support with the organizational backing that it needs.
They also own this laptop, according to the sticker, so this talk would not be happening without them.
All right.
Next up, we have our amazing marketing team made up of Paul and Annika. I think I see Annika over there. Paul and Annika make sure that KDE is... Paul and Annika make sure that KDE is well represented out in people's minds and helping to spread the word about the work that we do. They do all sorts of amazing stuff. They do social media. They help promote events. They have also been responsible for the recent hilarious KDE Linux promo campaign that all of you saw earlier. So that was them. They did a really great job there. And we're super happy that KDE is well represented in the public sphere.
Yes, and as part of a program that we started a few years back that we called Make a Living with KDE, we started working, we started hiring for people to work on our products, which was something that, as you can see, like from what we've discussed so far, it's more like people who make our products viable, but not like actually working on the products themselves. First will be Kristen, who is actually our newer contractor. She started in April this year, and we've been working on making it better to install Plasma on devices and well, polishing that part of our ecosystem. But the idea is to make sure that well, Plasma is a viable thing that when a hardware manufacturer or somebody comes, we can tell them, yes, you can just use it. It's going to be amazing, without caveats or saying, and we hope that the community will back it. Another one from Make a Living is Nicolas's presentation, Nicolas Fella. I'm sure all of you know him. With Nicolas, we've been working towards making sure that all of you can contribute and work on KDE without having to, or with a very comfortable platform. For example, we've been working on documentation, the technical aspects of documentation in this regard. We've been working on like making sure that yeah, exactly. New account framework and lots of stability. He's also releasing KDE frameworks these days. So yeah, thanks a lot to Nicolas.
Yeah, as Aleix just mentioned, documentation is very important. Where would we be without documentation? So we have a technical writer, Tiago, who unfortunately can't be here because he's in Brazil, who has been documenting all kinds of parts of the KDE frameworks and is also supporting our new languages efforts. So Rust is right out there for readable stuff. Carrying on.
And earlier, Aleix mentioned breaking down the barriers for people to use Plasma. One of those barriers, sometimes physical and other times legal, is accessibility. This is a story that's been really important to us for a long time. And to reflect that, KDE EV has hired a well-known person in the community who goes by the name of Richie as our accessibility contractor. And he's been helping to make Plasma more accessible, both in practical ways to people who have accessibility needs and also in legal ways that the EU now mandates. So this has been something that is very important, and we decided to put some EV funds behind this to reflect that.
Okay, I mentioned earlier, one of the things the EV does is organize Akademy. Well, here we are at Akademy. Very appreciative that you're all here and not in the room next door. Yeah, big thank you to you being you. Feel free to applaud. Yay. And a big thank you to the local team, the TU, everyone who's making it possible for us to sit here and enjoy the entire conference. Looking forward, next year KDE will turn 30 years old. 30 years wise. It also means that next year's birthday Bash Academy will be extra big and extra special. So if you want to help organize that, reach out to us. There's a link there to the news, and that includes how to get in touch with organizing. Carrying on. Sprints. When we're not all together, we try to get some people together to work on specific technical things. I see the KDE Live people there. You're special because you got together and got stuff done. You notice the list is kind of short. We're wrestling a little with finding sub-communities that want to get together for sprint-like activities. So we keep asking the question, what would you like to sprint on next? Reach out to us, the board, to tell us what you want. Moving on.
Another thing that we use KDE EV for is helping the KDE community be present at various events that are not our own. We do that by reimbursing travel, funding conference swag, a lot of things like that. And I'm getting instructions for how to hold the microphone correctly. We also do that. That's fantastic. You will notice this is a really long list, which is quite cool. There are some events on here that we've been to for the first time. There are other events that we haven't been at for a few years that we're now regularly attending again. This is humming along, and it's certainly helping out. It's maybe interesting to contrast this with the previous slide. One thing that we have detected is that we have more KDE people attending middleware events like Display Next and so on. It might be an indication that KDE people are going places to get work done, but maybe outside our bubble, which could be a good thing. All right, but we also put on events of our own. You already talked about Akademy. We are at Akademy. We had one last year, which was great. We had not one, but 2 Linux app summits since the last time we congregated at Akademy. I don't know how they made this happen, but they did. We also had a Conf KDE in our satellite event in India again for now 2 years in a row after it took a break for a few years. So again, this is something that has come back and seems to have come back for good, or seems to be put on regularly again, which is great. And of course, last year we had our Big 6 mega release party, which is only to be outdone by the 30-year birthday party next year. All right, fundraising. I will not go into great detail here because you'll hear me ramble on about it in the financial working group report later. But in short, we just had the best financial year of our 29-year history, which is really great. We told you in the last 2 years that it's time to step up our fundraising efforts, and everyone did, from the working group to, of course, the donors, and it's been fantastic. We have 2 new patrons. I think you mentioned this already as well. One thing that we also do is apply for grants. We've done this, of course, in the past with the Blauer Engel project, and now with its successor project, which is in the 2nd year so far. It's something we want to get better at and keep doing more and more in the future. But for now, it's really good that we are able to sustain what we already have. Another thing that we did recently with some of the product work that Aleix mentioned that we also contract these days is that we had a project to improve infrastructure around getting KDE apps on various application stores. First off, to reach more users, but also perhaps as an additional income channel. And what we did in the past year is launch our first paid pilot apps on app stores, and we are seeing some revenue from that. If you're an application developer, you can potentially help us increase that.
Next up, we have the goals process. This is something that KDE EV started a number of years ago. We get together periodically, and we democratically elect high-level goals to determine what it is we want to put extra special focus on. We've now done this several times. The response for the goals process has been really very good, and we're going to have a little bit later reports on specific goals. These goals have been some of the most successful ones that we've seen so far, and we attribute this to the result of some changes that we made in the process. In past years, we had specific gold champions. This year, we decided to do gold champion teams. We've also put a little bit more focus into getting external funding and grants, and we also have a very involved goal support coordinator in the form of Fareed, which is super duper helpful. We're now, I believe, halfway into the goal cycle, so there's still plenty of time for people to contribute. If you're unsure what to do, there will be things that you can learn about in the goal session a little bit later. So let's make sure that we're doing that. And this is a process that KDE EV is very interested in continuing to improve and seeing to succeed. So we're always thinking about how to make the goals process stronger and better and more transparent. And if any of you have ways to improve it that you can think of, or you want to participate, please feel free to do so. This is an open, community-wide democratic process, and that's the way we want it to be. Moving on, we want to talk a little bit about the highlights of the year that we see. So KDE EV cannot take credit for any of these things ourselves. We oversee a lot of the legal and financial aspects of the community, but ultimately all of you sitting here watching are the ones who made this stuff possible, and we want to recognize a lot of this really great work because y'all are awesome, and we can't do this without you. It's a team effort. So let's talk about a couple of specific things. First of all, as Ike mentioned, we had a ridiculously successful fundraising year last time. We have gone back to doing end-of-year fundraisers. We skipped these for a couple of years and recently brought them back. Every year, we find that we're able to increase the amount that we ask for in the fundraiser, and we have no trouble achieving and even beating this goal. So people are out there really happy about what we're doing and they want to donate. This year we decided to be a little bit bolder even, and we added a request for donations into Plasma itself in the form of a notification that appears once a year in December. The response that we saw from this was absolutely bananas. It was over 150,000 euros beyond what we would have gotten without it. So really, really, really huge response. That's big. Another one that maybe might not be quite so obvious and doesn't make headlines is that an increasing number of Linux distros are actually shipping Plasma by default these days. We mentioned earlier breaking down the barriers to institutions and individuals using Plasma. We've seen a good response to that in the form of more and more distros adopting it. Maybe not ones that people might be familiar with from 20 or 30 years ago. We're not talking about Ubuntu and Debian, but we're talking about new distros that are also very popular. Distros like Bazite, distros like CachyOS. There's also, of course, the elephant in the room, SteamOS, which is shipped on commercial hardware, used by millions of people. Then there's also the fact that Fedora, which used to be a GNOME-first distro, now has Plasma as a co-equal status. So in general, distributors are really happy with our stuff out there. There's also the Sustainable Software for Sustainable Hardware grant that we received that's been funding a ton of work. We heard earlier from Joseph and Nicole and others about the success of this project. It's been really great. So that's a big success for the KDE community as well. And on top of this, we're seeing a lot of institutional maturity from the community in the form of taking on large-scale projects that tie everything together. We heard earlier from Harold about KDE Linux. This is something that touches all aspects of the stack. This really represents KDE taking a lot more initiative and responsibility for the entire experience that people get. There's Andy's design system, which we also heard about earlier. There's Union, which unfortunately all of you in this room are not hearing about because it's over there, but there will be lots more about that as well. And finally, we also have KDE taking initiative on the keyboard the virtual keyboard situation. So in general, we see that this is just a big thing for KDE taking initiative for its own future.
Yeah, something that is not super exciting at first glance, but we wanted to definitely put some focus on is the dissolution of the KDE League. This is some topic that was already a KDV topic before I joined the board, like 10 years back or so. And when we finally managed to close it this year, so yay! We are one organization less. It's also important because like now we know who we are a little bit more. Like there's not this noise. You can read the announcement that we wanted to do in 2022. So yeah.
Okay, let's go back in time a little bit. Last year we said that we set these goals for ourselves. We wanted to support the KDE goals. We announced new goals last year. This year we're doing sort of a halfway report on them. We also wanted to evolve the financial situation. We wanted to get a little bit bolder with fundraising. And we also wanted to make sure that in a post-COVID world, we were continuing to meet together in person as a community. Those were going to be very important things for us. As for how it worked out, the goals have been running pretty well. We have solicited help. Farida's been doing a great job with that. Our new financial situation, which Ika and I discussed, is incredible. It's really, really, really good here. And in terms of coming together, we've definitely done more academies. Academies are great. We've been attending LAS as well. As Adrian mentioned, we haven't seen quite the response from Sprint, so we're going to be brainstorming on how we can do a better job to support that and encourage people to do a lot more of that. It's good to see that KDE contributors are doing stuff outside of KDE's orbit. We also want to make sure that we're doing it inside as well. And there's more. We said we wanted to do even more things. We wanted to, as it says, move beyond make a living. So this has been a priority for the board to put financial resources behind technical projects that are strategically important for KDE. We have evolved one of these roles into Kristen's position, where the idea is to break down the barriers to using Plasma. This is a very important one. I feel like we have succeeded on this. Polishing a hardware partnership story is very important too. This has been something that we're explicitly supporting with that new role. We reach out to partners and We do a lot of work to try to strategically develop the software in a way that makes it easy to adopt. This is something that is very important as we reach beyond our bubble and we start talking to members of the general population and say, hey, use KDE, use Linux. Well, we have to have our house in order. This is why we're making that a focus. And number 3 is we wanted to make the app stores out there support KDE EV financially. This is something that we've managed to do technically, but we haven't quite succeeded on the financial side yet. We have a couple of paid apps, but we haven't seen an enormous revenue channel from this, so we're going to be continuing to monitor this and see how it evolves, see if there's anything that we can do to grow this as a revenue source in the future.
And now to talk, these were the slides from last year and the conclusion, because now we know. This is what we want to do, or to be working on towards next year. So last year, we chose the new goals. We started working on them. We want to continue doing something that we've wanted to do from the KDV board for the longest time is to make it easier for goals to become the way we allocate money. We haven't really managed to do that super efficiently, but we continue thinking it's a good way to, well, to put our effort, which is a big part of how we can do things from the KDV. Also, like Eike was saying, our financial landscape is changing quite a bit. For example, years back, Akademy was one of the big ways where to fund KDE. It doesn't look like it's so much anymore. Also, the enterprise side of fundraising hasn't been all that successful, especially if we compare it to the individual donors, which is what Eike was mentioning. Well, we need to digest all of that and make sure that we continue working and understanding what supports us, right? Like if we are not working, leveraging the things that we know are important, it's going to be hard for us to move on. But there's definitely opportunities, like we said. We had a very good year, and we need to learn to make more good years in the future, right? Coming together continues being an important goal for the organization, continuing to organize Akademy, meet and work like we're doing right now. Also, we want to continue working on the Linux App Summit, which we organize together with GNOME, because it's important to be part of the ecosystem we're in the world. It's not just us right here. And for the next year, it's going to be our 30th anniversary. And we want to make it big. We want to shed light on the importance that this has. 30 years for us of our organization is not a joke, and we need to celebrate it, right? I think that we all want to do that. On a more technical side, something that we've seen that is becoming more and more important for our organization and effectively what we put into the world, which is our product, is infrastructure. We need to make sure that we are prepared and we have all of the resources that are needed to be successful for KDE, right? Big part of our budget already is, servers, it's CI systems, building, et cetera, et cetera. Are we doing what we need? Are we doing what our developers need? Are we catering to KDE's users as they need? Because that also seems to be changing. It's something that we need to see that we're doing properly and address, and maybe put some more resources from the KDV if that's necessary. And that goes directly into the next point, the direct software delivery. It's something that is happening more and more, and we need to make sure that we are able to deliver what our people need. Something that we wanted to also be including more, because we used to delegate a lot of this distribution to third parties or second parties, if you wish. But if we're doing it right ourselves, we need to make sure that we are sensible to the realities that happen around the world. There's legal frameworks that we need to make sure we're catering to, and that also is going to open, we think, a lot of new opportunities for both the organization and our software. Like understanding properly the CRA is going to be a big topic, I'm sure. Accessibility and yeah, the different laws that happen all over the world, especially in Europe, like we were saying in the keynote, we do like to regulate everything. So if we become good at it, it's going to be awesome, right? So yeah, we trust that all of you are going to be on board, and we're going to make it awesome. That's what we wanted to talk about today. All of us, the board, you can talk to us if you found something that you find interesting or that you want to work on. You don't need to be in the board if you want to work on like KDV topics. We definitely welcome everyone to join and say, I don't want to be on the board, but I don't know, I really care about licensing, I really care about organizing Akademy, I really care about fundraising. That's actually why we set up the working groups as well. So be sure to stay at the next talk and see what they talk about and which one you want to join. Actually, we kind of expect all of you to be joining some of them. If we have some time, maybe we can have some questions and answer right now. Otherwise, on Thursday, we're going to have Bob's session, the 5 of us, I think, or the ones who are remaining anyway. And yeah, we can talk about anything over there. Actually, we're not going to have an agenda there. It's going to be your questions. So if you don't come with questions, it's going to be boring. But then we can always talk about AIDS whip or something.
I'm waiting for the signal that you need to stop and I can whip you.
You have 40 seconds. Thank you very much.
Cool. So this is the board. Thanks. Do you guys have questions for them that you want to? Yeah, please, Nicole.
I'll run.
So next year, you're turning 30, and it's going to be celebrating, and there's going to be a square dance, right? Good. That was my question.
I didn't agree to that yet.
Yet.
We can have a vote about it. Let's have a vote.
On the topic of events, there was a recent proposal to co-host Akademy and the GNOME variant of that. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's a very good topic for Thursday, isn't it? Yeah. Do we have another question?
A question that we do want to answer?
Well, it's not really like a question, it's more like an observation.
Questions?
About the sprints, what we've been doing inside the Berlin community is to try to do like sort of meetups, not on the sprint wiki, not really like official, but just like try to meet up at mine and Tobias' kitchen with like 5 to 7, 8 people, and maybe some other community, local community want to try to do that.
You could still reimburse the Döner kebab.
Maybe not. Which is amazing, but one of the points of sprints is inviting new people, right? And if we don't announce that a sprint is happening at this time, at this place, and this is what's happening, and actually inviting new people, that's not getting us the new people that we need. So please do advertise.
Yeah, I mean, to double down on what Lydia said, the thing is, if we only do Akademy, there's only a single opportunity at some point in the year for 1 week to be somewhere, right? And that doesn't catch all the people who maybe have a different schedule or are in a different geographical location. So, you know, getting somebody that experience that bonds them to the community potentially for a very long time, I think is still quite important.
More questions? Maybe something from online? No online questions? More room questions? If there are no room questions, then we should wrap this up. Thank you for attending.
Cool. Thank you. So up next, in about 13 minutes, you got some break time, will be the second most exciting presentation of the day, the report of the working groups of the EV.
It's finger stretching or something? Finger stretching day. Use your words, Lydia.
No, I don't wanna. All right, people, are you excited about working group reports? Yeah? Thank you, this is the spirit we need here. We are going to start the working group reports. There are gonna be 4 reports from 4 of the working groups that KDEV has. For those of you who don't know what working groups are, they're basically organs of KDEV that are there to do specific areas of work and support the board and the larger organizations. And we're going to start with Albert. Albert, are you ready?
Hello. Okay. So I'm Albert, and I'm going to do the report of the KDE FreeQt Foundation and Working Group. Olaf is also here. He's also a member of the foundation. Okay. So who we are? We are all this list of people. I'm not going to read the names because I will butcher everybody's names. But me and Olaf, we are the foundation members. Everybody else is a working group member. Right, and what do we do? Well, it's a group that helps us, right? We felt very alone, so we created a working group, so we had friends to talk with. What did we do last year? So we have a matrix channel, right? And we talk in that matrix channel every so often when something arises and needs discussion. We also have live calls every well, we have them scheduled every month, but sometimes we skip them because there's nothing to talk about. But it's good that there's a fixed day on the month that we talk about. We also met with the 2 foundation members of the Qt group at the Qt World Summit in a very informal way, just to keep the relations going. Also, as a side note, in the World Summit, everybody was very happy that we are doing the Qt 5.15 patch collection, so that's a good thing. And the most important thing that we did last year is that we recovered access to the bank account, right? If you remember me from last year, we lost access to our bank account, and that was terrible. So we recovered it. It's not as easy as you might think. The foundation is in Norway. I'm in Barcelona. So it involved shipping papers up and down a lot. So yeah, that was very nice. Lessons learned. We have a very good relation with the Qt Group Foundation members, so that's nice. We can talk about things and not shout at each other like it maybe happened in the past. No, it didn't happen. So yeah, we are working in a no news is good news scenario, right? Nothing is breaking. It could be a bit improved, but let's take it slow. The working group is a huge help for us, right? We really appreciate the working group helping us, and we also appreciate all of you doing increased collaboration at the technical level with the Qt people, right? It helps the Qt group see that we are a good partner, right? And we create patches and we do fixes, and some of us are even maintainers of subsystems in Qt, so that's very good. Obstacles, as I said, we lost the bank account, right? That super thank you to the Qt people in Oslo that went to the post office. So at some point, we recovered the bank account, but we couldn't access it because you need a physical token to access the bank account, right? And they will not send it outside of Norway. So we send it to the Qt office in Norway. And then somebody else wanted to go to the post office to pick it up, right? But that somebody else was not me. And they wouldn't give it to them. And then I signed a paper saying, yeah, give it to them. And then they went there. It's like, no, but you're not the chairman. It's like, well, I am the chairman, right? So like, it involved going to the post office like 3 times in a day, trying to convince the people in the post office to give them the token so they could send it to me. That's all good. Thank you very much. So where do we need help? Continue building good relationships with the Qt people, right? We are possibly maybe starting to think in an updated agreement that we have with the Qt group. Suggestions are welcome. One of the particular sore points of the agreement is the X system versus Wayland as support platform. We already had a bit of discussions about that in the membership mailing list, but yeah, everybody's welcome to come to us and talk about it. And yeah, key goals. Yeah, be nice, right? We are gonna continue being nice people as much as we can and collect improvements to the agreement. As we said, right, we want to eventually maybe update the agreement. So yeah, come to us, tell us what you think should be updated, and that's it, right? We are here. That's all of that's me. I don't think anyone else from the working group could make it, but if you want, we have a mailing list, we have Matrix, we have IRC, maybe not so much anybody nowadays. And I am 30 seconds past my time. We will have questions and answers at the end. So thank you.
So, me again, is a different role. Part of the community working group. Originally, Andy was going to present this. I think they're busy with Union next door, so let's talk about what's going on with the CWG. Whoops. So first, who are the CWG? What do? We take care of the community. We are a group who works on it, so to speak. We enable the community to work effectively and efficiently, helping community members maintain healthy interactions and resolving conflicts. We're the moderators. Discord mod, Reddit mod, whatever you want to call us, no offense taken. Our work of the past year, the past 12 months showed a big drop in cases from the past year before, which is good. Less conflict, less drama, less fighting, more harmony, more beautiful, more KDE. But some of the cases from the past year in 2025 demanded a lot more work this year. We don't report, of course, on individual situations, and we don't spread specific decision-making information about cases. We keep things private because what's the point of discussing drama like that? So it's also part of our charter that we do that. So in summary, we've had 5 cases reported within the last year, and of them, 4 had a decision of sorts. 1 is pending still. Where we need help? Well, we are looking for more members, 2 of them at least, to be specific. The CWG, I think, is meant to be about 5 people or so. Right now, it is myself, Andy, next door, I believe, Kyle, and I forget how to pronounce the last guy's name. Julius? No. I'm sorry. I was not prepared to do this today. Noah and Jules. There we go. You can connect with us. We're here. We have a BOF on Monday. You can come talk to us about it. We are kind of rebooting, I guess, suppose, the CWG because it's been kind of quiet in a few years, not a lot of visibility. So this year, we've actually had a bit more presence here at Academy. We've put together a safety team, for example. Already had one situation we dealt with, which was great. I mean, not the situation, but we dealt it. It was great. Yeah. Key goals and plans for the coming year. Create security guidelines during community events, or a so-called scofflaw protocol that we've assembled. We're going to be holding office hours, I said, during our BOF session on this coming Monday. I think it's right after lunch. Expand better guidelines for joining the CWG, because again, we want more members. There's the formal members, and then maybe some other, we can't be moderating all of the KDE empire. In fact, that's what most of you guys do. And so for that, creating a channel dedicated to online moderation from the community, which already has been a great benefit to things. I think it's maybe 3 weeks old at this point. And as it turns out, we have like a lot of moderators all over, which was a learning experience for us and everyone. So talk to us. That is almost our email address. Put a little Y in there somewhere, communitywg@kde.org, not community@kde.org. That's a completely different mailing list, not to be confused with the community working group. Yeah. Thank you. And next we have Bhushan with the sysadmin.
Hi. So I want to present the sysadmin report. Mostly I'm going to read some of the things, but so we have supported, for example, this list monk instance. I think the Nate's blog is like one of the main user right now, which is like running the campaigns, like sending the newsletters to users and as such. We also migrated away from the Cloudflare because, yeah. We also started like lots of planning as well as some work to migrate to new cluster setup. There has been some challenges, and some of them we are working towards, and some of them we are looking the new solutions for that. We also migrated, like we also started the process of working with the Fastlist open source program, and it's a kind of important nowadays because AI scrappers are basically hammering our system and making it very, very unstable, and we are not able to keep it up. So we have to basically put some additional protections around it so that we can actually use it and not just AI bots scrapping our data. We also assisted like various developers to get the Microsoft's accounts so that they can put the software on the Windows Store as well as such. We also have the instance of Uptime Kuma. So it's a bot basically. So if some service goes down, it just says in the sysadmin channel. So like the users doesn't need to complain, the bot will check and it will keep complaining. And then there is a overall general like the maintenance of all the systems, like keeping things up to date and all over. Some of the other important work in the past year has been the VM-based CI. Like previously we were using the Docker-based CI, and that had some limitations. Like you cannot run some systemd services in it, or like you cannot interact with some system services, and that was not really useful for some of the projects. So now we have a VM-based CI. It's much more efficient. It's much more nicer also for the Windows host, for example, and it's overall like it improves the stability. It also allows us to build the Flatpak and Snap and all those runtimes in our infrastructure, and now like we can push it to FlatHub. So that's one other thing. We also introduced native ARM support because we do have some users who are actually using the ARM Flatpaks or Flatpak runtime, and we want to build it, so that is also there. Then it's about the binary factory, what we used to call it in the previously. So now it like to sign the artifacts, like to sign the Windows build, sign the APK builds, or signing of the Flatpak repositories. We have create like the ban has created this is secure token service, and so it temporarily allows you to sign the different artifacts. We also, since like we migrated to VM-based CI, like the node deployment process is also like very much automated. Like previously it used to take like, since it was a manual process, it used to take forever, but now since it's VM-based CI and like this process is automated, I think using Ansible, so it's very fast and very efficient now. So like if we want to add support for additional build nodes, it's much faster process. And we are also supporting some community members for like adding additional support for new CI functionality. Like we want to test against the newer Qt and as such. We got some requests from the copyright holders, and we like one was the spam posting. I think this we kind of get it almost every year. Like it's there is something named as a Kmail or something like that, and they think it's us, but we are not that. And yeah, then there is some people posting the pirated content on the store.kd.org, which is yet another, I think, probably topic for the moderation as well. And we also needed to provide some information to the various app stores like the Apple Store as well as the Play Store. I think most importantly that they needed some additional information. So along with board, we provided some information to them. We need some help. So the main thing is we are struggling with the packaging for various binary formats like the Snap, Flatpak. Like the CI support for that is there, but there is many challenges and many issues there. So we need some assistance or like help on improving this. LXR is also bit old, like the the software is, I think, some PHP code or something, and it needs some, like it needs, genuinely needs probably a rewrite or some new different solution. Like we did some research around the alternatives, but one of the functionality with the LXR is like you don't need the login to search the code, but none of that other alternatives provide that. So community views on like what should be the good thing for that will be very nice. I think the LXR is also struggling because of this AI scrapper issue. So it's essentially serving the code, and the AI scrappers basically, since it's a free text, like AI scrappers just start scrapping the whole of LXR and bring the whole system down. So yeah. We also need support for docs.kd.org. So similar, like like after the Qt 6 migration, it stopped building essentially, and now it's like we probably should make it as part of the CI, similar to how the API.kd org is being done. Right now, it's a one server which builds all of the docs, and it's not so scalable. So yeah, and some of our key goals is, I think I already mentioned, we want to migrate to this new cluster, and we already have done quite huge planning for that. We also want to migrate away from, like, since we are moving to this cluster, we will migrate away from DigitalOcean and IOMart. And we also want to roll out this fast lead protection, because this AI scraper issues as well as malicious attacks towards the FOSS projects is very, very much rapidly increasing. Recently we got an attack where a user was basically just opening multiple thousand connections and just keeping it open without sending the response, for example, and it was breaking our servers. So we want to roll out this fast lead protection. We also want to close down Fabricator. I think you've been hearing this for years now. And we also want to close down the SVN. Again, the same thing that you have been hearing multiple years now. So yeah, talk to us. And I think this is the message from Ben. Like, if you want to do anything with the server infrastructure, please talk to us first and then implement it, rather than like just implementing and then coming to us. So yeah, this is the Matrix room. I am here as well, and yeah. Okay.
Hello, there I am again. We are the financial working group. We exist to assist the organization in financial matters. That means doing research tasks, for example, as well as generally keeping an eye on our finances. Financial working group members have access to sensitive data. To some extent, they may also act as checks and balances on the board, for example. So unlike most other working groups, members are voted in for 2-year terms. We are currently reconfirming Marta and Till, so they are excused from being in the room, but both of them have been in the working group for several terms, and they've both stepped up to candidate for another. We are waiting for the vote results. I'm sure they will stay with us. I will set the stage a little bit before I get into the slides. And I'm going to make use of the fact that we're in a university right now. So KDEV is looking back on a number of really healthy financial years. This has allowed us to scale up. For example, we've doubled the number of contractors in the last 5 years. We've bought Victoria a gold chain, so she looks more impressive on stage. But we're also obliged to do so. As a non-profit, we work in the public interest. That means the assets that we have to dedicate toward our mission. So we did scale up also to de-accumulate our financial reserves. So we wanted our expenses to do something like this, while our income does something like this. And in 2027, we wanted to be here. And now I'm breaking the chalk. But I'm not the first one to do so, so that's okay. 10 minutes, that's no problem. So basically what we wanted to do is significantly increase our spending and then flatten that out while working on our fundraising to meet that. But as we all know, if you tell that to the KDE community, if you give them a task, they will outperform your expectations. And we have managed to do that in the preceding year. We've had the best financial year in the history of our organization. We did step up fundraising enormously, and we've more than doubled our income versus the previous year. This is really huge. It's not to be taken for granted. We have peer organizations who do something similar to us, who are financially troubled right now, and we are not, which is great. And that's thanks to the donors, first and foremost, but it's also thanks to the fundraising working group. It's thanks to the promo team. All of you did a fantastic job. I couldn't be happier with that. Really, thank you. You can clap at yourselves if you want. Our other income channels are stable as well. One thing to observe is that we see the improvement where we've put in the effort, meaning it has substantially increased from our individual donors because we've improved the infrastructure, because we've reached them with the campaigns. We don't see that grows with the corporate donors because we've not put the attention there. That means, however, if we do start putting attention on there, we might be able to reap rewards there as well. So that's something to keep in mind. We did succeed in our goal to apply expense control to flatten out the expense curve. We still well within our plan in the last year. So we do have the ability to control our burn rate, which is quite important. Now, you can look at the actual curve versus the one that I put on the whiteboard. You can see our income is just through the roof, and our expenses have flattened out. You see that pick up there from 2021 when we decided to outspend our income intentionally to de-accumulate the reserve and then flatten out. And here's the ratio. So you can see that's quite healthy, which is really nice. One thing of note here in the split is, particularly on the income side, the very, very large orange slice. That's our individual donors. That's an interesting recent development, because if you go back just 4 years or so, it was more a 50-50 split between individual donors and corporate donors. And now our income is dominated by the individual donors. I find that is attributable to our community having done a really good job in managing our relationship to our user base. This is something also that David reflected on in his talk on Plasma, and I think that is something that we pulled off intuitively, I would say, but that is worthy to take note of, that we have to keep that alive. Reputation management, taking people's problems with our software seriously. You can see in the metrics that we get rewarded for that. And in fact, you see that in the donation bump every time there's a Plasma release or a big Kden Live or apps release. It's really quite noticeable. All right, so 2025, we expect our income to grow further, even though this is a very conservative estimate. We do not calculate on the assumption that we will have the most amazing fundraiser again, we expect it to be lower. That is us being conservative. We have no indication that it will be lower. In fact, in the first half year of 2025, it's been 36% higher than in the previous year. So for all we know, in a year, I might stand here and tell you it's been amazing again. But we want to be careful because we don't have experience with that. It could be that there was a lot of unusual excitement last year. So we will stay a little bit fiscally conservative. We will also grow our expenses, but quite moderately. And once we've gained more experience with how this shakes out over the next 2 or 3 years, we might target further growth, for example. So for now, it looks like this goal that I told you about just last year, that by 2026, 27, we want to have a sustainably balanced budget again. We might have actually just achieved that in 2024 already, and hopefully we stick to that. One thing that we've done is that we've given more budget autonomy to working groups or sort of sub-institutions in the community. For example, our promo team has a budget now, and they get to plan with that. They get to be self-responsible in deciding which events to attend and fund and support, for example, and that seems to be working quite well. All right, I already told you, so far, this year looks great. This is also true for sub-project donations. So a couple of years ago, we decided, or actually we were approached, I must say, it wasn't our idea, by applications that have a strong brand of their own. They wanted to do their own fundraising campaigns, and KDEV is helping them with that. They're using our infrastructure, and so far their fundraising is also very stable. Not necessarily growing, but it's stable, and it's worth doing. And you might think about, if you're an application developer or you have an exciting project, intentionally investing in your brand and trying that out, because that is another growth opportunity that we have. Now my asterisk of what hasn't gone so well. And this might be a fluke, it might not be a fluke, we don't know yet. Akademy this year will not break even. Akademy is something that we really want to break even, because it's one of our if in doubt, this must happen kind of things. We want there always to be an Akademy, so we wanted to break even. And it very much did so in the preceding 2 years. We've had 2 great years with Akademy sponsorship in 22 and 23, but, sorry, 23 and 24, but not this year. It could be a fluke. September is getting very crowded with conferences. We hear from sponsors they're attending other things. Maybe we have to think about the time frame. Expenses are relatively flat, so it's a known quantity at least. All right. All right, so maybe another thing to note on is that our income, because of the fantastic end of the year fundraiser stuff, is now quite dominated by Q4. There's a significant bump. There's always been a bump around Christmas, but now it has sort of proportionally grown more. And that means really we need to keep putting in the effort into having a great end of the year fundraiser campaign if we want to match that curve. All right. I'm getting told to hold the microphone correctly again. Let's see if I ever learn. But my talk is almost over, so I will not get another opportunity to practice today. A last thing that we did note during the board report as well, sprint activity down. KDE people going to other events that are non-KDE seems to be increasing. This might be a healthy thing. And we would love to have both, because we want to have KDE people at other events, being present there, but also getting work done there. And we have the resources to fund both. So don't be shy about asking for either. And I'm through. Thank you.
That is all of the working groups for the KDEV. So thanks to everybody. We are done actually 12 minutes early. That's okay. So at 5 p.m. in 12 minutes or so, we'll have Farid up here with the KDE Goals 1-year recap. So yeah, go vibe until then. What? Oh, you're right. Is there anybody who has Q&A, questions? Yeah, I thought so. What? You have one? Okay. Yeah, come on up. Yeah, it's your job. It's on, run.
Let me do it, damn it. thank you. So I'm interested about funding. So we have like personal donation and corporation, but before we heard about like states. And is there any numbers how much we can have money from states?
Right, so I think what you're talking about is grant-based fundraising, right? You can apply for public funding sources. We started doing that a couple of years ago with the Blaue Engel for FOSS project, and now we're doing it with the successor project to that. The thing is that unlike the other income channels that we have, grant-based stuff usually means that the funds that come in are for a very specific purpose, which means you have to do actual work to prepare the package that you're applying for funding for, which you can do if you're an organization that can just tell people what to work on. But we don't have that many contractors, so that makes it a little bit difficult. But it is something that we want to do more, because obviously there is a lot more public interest in funding open source stuff, and we do want to benefit from that. So one thing that we have, for example, since Akademy 2 years ago, when we had the BOF on this, is there is on Invent a project that we use to collaborate on grant applications, even just for individual developers. If you want to apply for an LNet or whatever, and you want other KDE people or the financial working group to review your grant application and get help with that, you can do it via that Invent project. I admit I forgot the name, but if you look for grants on Invent, then you will find it. In the past, we've been told by organizations like NLNet that it is smarter for individual developers to apply for grants rather than KDE EV, because they typically have a per project funding cap. So if 10 people apply for projects, the total amount of money going into the community is higher than if KDE EV just gets one project. But there will be other opportunities in the future, I'm sure, that try out different models, and we want to stay on top of that. Yeah.
Do we have a sec? Oh, we do have a second question. Thank you.
For the community working group, so the information that you shared with us was mostly after the fact activities, and I was wondering what kind of activities you're doing to before something happens, and yeah, what kind of ideas?
Yeah, good
you're
question.
working on there.
So this is we had this slide up here a bit ago that explains some of that in a little bit. One I want to really highlight is this last part, actually. Create a channel dedicated to online moderation from the community. Because as it turns out, we had a conversation a bit ago in one of our meetings. Well, first of all, we have regular meetings now. So we're getting more prepared, more regular, more involved in things. And one of the topics that came out of one of those meetings was this discussion about, we don't really know who moderates KDE, right? We have a lot of matrix channels, we have Telegram, we maybe have Discord somewhere, there's IRC, there's mailing lists, there's GitHub comment or GitLab comments, there's GitHub comments, there's YouTube comments, there's Twitter, there's God knows what. We didn't really know, and now we do know. So the first step is like figuring out what exactly is our, let's say, attack surface for trolls, harassment, and so on, and that sort of stuff. So now that we have at least a bit of a better idea about who is involved in these decisions, we can more reliably respond to things. We have all the moderators now, as far as we know, all the moderators into one room now. There's a lot of coordination and collaboration going on. This year is the first year that we are setting up a safety team for Akademy, which has been kind of very low-key, low-profile, because we've never needed it before, and we didn't really want people to think that there were problems, which there aren't right now, actually. But that's one of the first steps, getting this infrastructure in place. I joined the CWG myself last year because I was actually around KDE at the time. The first CWG was first created, and just kind of watching it be a very big role model for the open source universe and a bunch of other free culture universes, and then kind of seeing, hey, maybe it needs some new fresh blood. So that's also the second part, is getting more people involved, having a presence, because that was one thing that I missed back, 10 years ago, however long ago it was, because I've been here forever. Cool.
Thank you.
Do we have a third question? No. All right, cool. That was the report of the working groups. Thank you. So like I said, in about 5 minutes, we'll start the next one, the KDE Goals 1 year recap with Farid.
side and then I come?
Wherever is comfortable for you.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome back. Yes, yes, yes. We're here to talk now about the KDE goals. So we're going to start here because we actually have quite a bit of content for this session. So we're going to be quick on time, actually. So today, we have the KDE goals 1-year recap hosted by Farid, who will have a number of other speakers, and they will introduce themselves. So please, Farid.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Nice to have you here. So I'm going to be giving a very brief intro because our goal champions will be here speaking about their own goals. So last year, we started a new cycle for the KDE goals. The community chose these 3 goals. The first one is streamlined application development experience. It was championed by Nico. Basically, it is about making developers happy, giving them a good time developing, so making an easy process for creating applications, either for KDE or third party. Part of the process is to make bindings, improve documentation. Nico will talk more about this. The second one is we care about your input. It is not just input as in feedback, but also input as in devices. And we have Jacob, Gernot, and Josh who are championing this goal. And this is about making your graphics tablet, plug it in, it will work. This is about your game controller, plug it in, it will work. This is about on-screen keyboards, it will work. So it is about improving input devices. And the last one is KDE Needs You, which is about making our community healthy. How do we make it grow? How do we keep it alive? How do we keep it healthy? And it is championed by Paul, Annika, and Johnny. So the first thing we started doing this cycle was starting to focus on visual identity, trying to make the KDE goals be like a project of KDE, easy recognizable. So now, from now on, we have like these goals, this logo for the KDE goals. So you will notice that every goal has a different kind of identity. So we care about your input. Is this one? The streamlined application development experience, it has this identity, while the KDE Needs You one has this one. Part also of the process was to start thinking about creating logos and visual elements for other projects. So part of the mentorship, part of the KDE Needs You goal is to improve to redesign, remodify, refactor our mentorship program. So now we have a logo for the KDE mentorship. This took a while to come up with. It was hard, but we ended up coming with the concept of a seed. So, we plant seeds, and then these seeds grow, and then the community becomes a forest, and yeah. We also have a new website, which we launched today. It is still a work in progress, but yeah, it's better than what we had before. What else? Another thing we started trying to work more on is become more promo-friendly, promo-aware. So we started, as you see, the first promo campaigns we did. They did not have this visual identity. We inherited the KDE one, which is blue and white. But then each campaign, each promo material follows the visual identity of each goal. One cool thing that you see here that the input goals are like bursting out of the KDE bubble. If you see here on the right, Plasma got 199 boosts, while Help Us Improve Tablet Support got almost 100 boosts more. This is only on Mastodon, but it is just, to me, it's a sign that we are bursting outside of the KDE bubble, and people are very interested in this kind of, in this project. Do I have on time? Yes, okay. Okay, I'm gonna speed run this. Integration. One of the cool things about these 3 goals, which I am very lucky to be part of, the goals are transversal. They are connected. We can see that documentation, bindings, both of the goals, whether KDE needs you or the Streamlined application, they are they work with each other. And we are at Akademy. You can see here we are at talks, workshops, BOVs. And I want to thank also the End of 10 campaign people for helping us host the End of 10 Akademy edition. This is also part of the KDE Goals initiative. And now I'm going to leave you with Nico, and I'm on time.
All right. My goal can be summed up with have nice things. We have this old saying in KDE, why can't we have nice things? And I want us to stop saying that because we will have achieved nice things. But now you probably want me to be a bit more precise about what that means. And in order to do that, I'm going to divide the goal into sort of 4 categories. First of all, we have vision and design, basically asking the question, what do we actually want? What do we want our applications to look and feel like? What do we want our applications to do? And sometimes I have a feeling about the visual design of our applications that we sort of keep doctoring on implementation details, but we don't really have a clear direction of what do we actually want them to look like. A couple of years ago, we had consistency as a goal, which is certainly important, but it doesn't answer the question of, okay, but how should it be consistent? We also have convergence as an everlasting topic because the computing landscape has gotten a lot more complex over the last couple of years, and we need to have an answer for that. And I think the motto of simple by default, powerful when needed has served us well in the past, but we need to fill it with a lot more details than just a couple of words can provide. Then once we have figured out what we want, let's do it. We need to get into actual development. And in order for people to do that, we need to have good APIs. We already have a lot of APIs for application development in KDE, both in Qt, KDE frameworks and libraries, and we need to extend, simplify and streamline them so that it becomes easy to do the right thing for applications to work properly, and it becomes hard for applications to be broken and wrong. One specific goal that we came up with is we want to allow people to use languages other than C++ for KDE application development. And in general, we want to have good tooling, good IDEs, editors, linters, CI, and so on, that take a lot of the manual work from us. Then next of all, documentation. Somebody comes into the community, wants to do something, they will ask, how does any of this even work? And we need to have an answer to that. So across the board, we want to improve our API or not just API documentation, but documentation for all aspects of the application development lifecycle. That includes things like design and human interface guidelines, that includes API documentation, but also tutorials for specific cases or things around debugging, profiling, and finally packaging and distributing and publishing the applications. Then we have, last but not least, the community aspect. Let's do this together. There's an old saying, go alone, go fast, go together, go further. And this is something that KDE excels at, doing things together and going further than we could alone. For this, we need to embrace not only our own community, but also other neighborhood communities, I would call them, like Qt, Free Desktop, XDG, Wayland, portals, Flatpaks, distributions, and so on and so forth. So looking back at 1 year of this goal, what have we achieved? Now, in terms of vision and design, there's not much to report in terms of grand vision. That doesn't mean nothing has happened. There has been a lot of formal and informal conversations about this, but nothing like coordinated as part of this goal. There is, however, some very interesting technical work going on with, for example, the design system that Andy was talking about earlier today, and the union theming engine that Arjen has presented earlier today. So those are good steps in the right direction from an implementation point of view. But what I would really like to see, for example, is a bunch of us who are interested in the design topic to get together in a sort of application design sprint and just work out what do we want our applications to look like, what do we want the layout and look and feel to be. So we have a specific thing we can then work towards. Then in terms of development, the main thing that has happened is we worked on language bindings for Rust and for Python. And that gives us some building blocks for writing apps in those languages. I'm not going to get into much detail now because I have a whole talk about this afterwards in the other room. And then we have various improvements to APIs across the board, just deprecating APIs that are confusing, adding new helpers, adding new functionality that makes it easy to do the right thing. One example is, for example, we're gaining some convenience API that centralizes a bunch of things that every app needs to do at application startup to set the right theme, the right icons, and so on and so forth. And it's kind of cumbersome, so we want to centralize it in a place that it gets applied automatically for all apps. And we've seen some improvements in tooling, particularly around QML over the last few years. Things have gotten a lot better in that regard just by having a language server that plugs QML support into IDEs like Kate or Visual Studio Code and gives us autocomplete and error checking and so on. And things are moving into a very good direction in that regard. We also have some more extensive verification going on in our CI system. For example, a couple of weeks ago, I added support for QML-lint in our CI. So whenever you do a CI build for a QML project, we run QML-lint and show the results in a nice GitLab integrated way. So it tells you, you have a code quality issue here, please fix that. Or we recently added a CI build for not the current Qt version, but the next Qt version, which not only verifies that our code is compatible with the next Qt version, but also implicitly checks for regressions in a newer Qt version, so we can catch them earlier instead of after the release in a sort of panic mode. What's missing in all of this is a bit of, we have some nice building blocks for writing applications in Rust or Python now, but you don't really yet have any apps that, or production-ready apps that make use of them, which creates a sort of chicken and egg situation, because there's a lot of things to be ironed out in, for example, the packaging and distribution of those, but those things won't get addressed until somebody tries to use them in anger, but people might be hesitant to use them because they think they are not ready. So what we really would need is somebody to step up and really try to do this and champion their way all the way through and report and help iron out the kinks along the way. Talking about documentation, the main area of focus, at least for myself, was a very big overhaul of the current api.kde.org website. I'm gonna talk all about that tomorrow in one of my talks, so I'm not gonna go into a lot of detail here, but spoiler, it's gonna be amazing. We also have some news, some improved tutorials on develop.kde.org that focus on various aspects of programming, so not API documentation, but more use case focused. I want to do this, I want to do that. What's still missing in all of this, we still in a bunch of places have some old and outdated documentation that still talks about concepts from like Qt 5 and KF5 and wasn't really updated or properly dropped when we went to Qt 6. And some of that stuff is even older than that. So just identifying outdated or dead documentation is helpful in itself, but of course, fixing and updating that to be nice and proper would be more awesome. We also have some areas where we simply miss documentation and don't have it at all. Again, identifying that is a good first step, but eventually we also need to fill those gaps. So if you do encounter that and found out the hard way how something is supposed to work, then stepping up and filling that documentation gap is also good. And something that exists and I very much like is there is a nice website called makealinux.app, which gives you an overview of various technologies and starting steps for creating Linux apps. And I would very much like something like that, but focus on making KDE applications. So basically a one-page landing page, a summary of the full application development cycle, from design over development to packaging, just summarized in one page and linking to all the content we have, so we have a central starting point for that. So if you're into that and maybe into web development, then help on this would be awesome. Community. I would say our community in general is awesome as ever. We are doing, and we should continue doing, welcoming and guiding new people in the community as they come, and ideally also in a formalized way where we always embrace and extend our onboarding documentation. We also should and are extending more outwards into our neighbor communities like Qt, Portals, Systemd. Those are areas where I personally noticed an uptick in us going more outward and contributing there more in recent times, which is very nice. And I've noticed also an uptick in us attending events from these neighborhood communities like Qt Contributor Summit, Linux App Summit, and next week I'm gonna be at Oxidize, which is a conference about Rust, where I will be talking about our Rust stuff that is going on. And a couple of weeks after that, a bunch of us are gonna attend All Systems Go, which is a conference about like Linux middleware stuff, lots of things going on with regards to immutable distros, and that's gonna be an awesome opportunity to chat with people all across the Linux stack. And in general, just enjoy Akademy, be awesome, and maybe even consider hosting Akademy in the future. That's it from me.
Cool. I think our next one then, KDE Needs You, is Paul and maybe Annika? Just Paul. Cool.
Just okay. Right. Oh, sorry. Why am I holding this thing? Okay.
For the stream online.
Yeah, I know. Hi. So the KDE Needs You plays on the famous wartime propaganda of Uncle Sam needs you and all that stuff. Okay. So basically, there is a problem in our community that the popularity and the number of our projects is rising exponentially, but the number of contributors is not. Every time one of our applications or projects goes viral and gets, I don't know, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000 more users, it makes it more complicated for the developer because there are more bugs that are reported, there's more support, and then there are more demands on features, etc. So there is a point where we risk that we will not be able to reach, or we will not be able to cover the demand of our popularity. It's what happens when you die of popularity, basically. So we thought we'll propose a goal, which is basically we're going to try and recruit people into KDE. We're going to inform the world about what we do to see if we can tempt more people into helping us out. So this is, although this is a plan, well, it doesn't look much like a plan, but although this is a plan for a website, it also summarizes what we're going to try and do. So we're going to try and get people to join KDE, and depending on what they want to do, they can just help us, as in come in and just start contributing if they already know about the technology or whatever. We want to attract, this sounds a bit contradictory about what I've just said, but we want also people to join us with their own projects, right? And we want to grow the community like that. And then we want to teach people or help people learn about our community with things like mentorships. So what we are creating is, well, apart from doing stuff that is offline, what we're doing is we're creating a series of websites, well, a series of 2 websites. One which is called joinkde.org, which is the general recruitment one where you can go and you can find out stuff of how you start participating in a community on a technical or non-technical level, doesn't matter. And then, or you can learn also how to incubate your project. Or then you can go on to the mentorship site, which is where we have all our mentorship programs that currently are Season of KDE, Google Summer of Code, and OSPP, which, if you don't know, is a Chinese Google Summer of Code kind of thing, right? The thing is, okay, that's more like it. That looks more like a plan. The thing is that we have to incorporate into our whole, all the stuff we do, we have to incorporate also recruitment. So, for example, I have here some notes that, for example, when you go to an event, you have to, I'm from Promo, and in Promo we're big on goals, right? And so when people go to events, we ask them to write down, make explicit what they intend to get out of the event. And one of the things we say is, see if people can donate, see if people can, I don't know, join our matrix rooms, etc. One of the things that we have to incorporate is that people actually become contributors. Now, so basically I've divided this into 2 parts, which is recruitment and mentorship, although mentorship is part of recruitment too. Now, the thing is, we're going to increase the role, what we cover in our mentorships. So far, we have had 2 mentorship programs, Google Summer of Code and Season of KDE. We have recently increased that to include OSPP, which is, as I say, a Chinese Google Summer of Code, which we, our original, the first year we were there, we thought it was only for Chinese students. Turns out it's not. Anybody can join, but so now you know. And it's basically a Google Summer of Code, but sponsored by the Chinese government. And it doesn't have to be in Chinese either, so you know, anybody can do it. And we also are going to, okay, so Season of KDE, what we're going to do is we're going to increase what it covers. So at the moment, Season of KDE was like the KDE version of Google Summer of Code. Has anybody done Google Summer of Code here? Yep. Good. So Google Summer of Code is basically one project for one person. Season of KDE up until now has been one project for one person, but now we're going to do one project for one person for many people. One project for many people, for teams. So that is one way we're going to increase the number of people doing Season of KDE projects. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to work with companies that want to train their junior developers or their, what are they called? Interns, right? So we will be providing them tailored Season of KDE projects so that they can train their people themselves. That's another way we're going to do it. We are currently talking to several companies. We're working with Qt, we're working with KDAB, and we're working with ACS, which they define themselves as the KDEB of the United States. Thanks. And today I talked to another company that was also very interested, but I can't say their name. Then we have Season of KDE is going to cover also here we go. The academic institutions, where we adapt projects, or we adapt tasks for projects for academic institutions. That's basically it, for universities or for arts and crafts schools, etc., etc. We are talking to universities in Brazil, France, and I recently found out that Norway too, thanks to Qt. Our progress is not immediately visible because this stuff takes time. We have making contacts and stuff like that, and we have started talking. We will probably start with, there is an opportunity for us to start with university projects this year. We have to create a portfolio, and this is news for everybody in our goal, but I'm telling you now, we have to create a portfolio for the end of September. So that's going to be fun. I was just told this, eh? So okay, and I think that's it. I mean, as a lot of us are promo, we're going to do a lot of advertising online and stuff like that, which we already do. And that's it. Have you got any questions? Pardon? You made another slide? Oh, no. Oh, okay. We got a nice logo designed by Farid. I'm sure he's very proud. Oh, we're proud too. We're proud too. Okay, Google Summer. Oh, yes, this is the website. Yes, yes, yes. Pretty website. It's not merged yet, but it will be. Mentorship didn't have a website, and a year ago or a year and a half ago, it didn't have a website. Then we had a very basic website, and now we have a proper website that we hope is attractive to people that come and visit us and may encourage them to sign up for these mentorships. Is there more? Yeah? Oh, badges, yes. So this is another incentive designed by Johnny, where you get badges for stuff you do. So for example, you do Season of KDE, you get a badge, and it goes next to your name. And I know, it's like hats in video games, I guess. Isn't that a thing? That's a thing.
Team Fortress 2, yeah.
Exactly. Is there another one?
Fortnite.
Yes. Yeah. So, yes, basically, what I was saying. So we're going beyond the limited Season of KDE, Google Summer of Code, and we're going to all these kinds of institutions to increase the surface of, so that we get more people into it. Another one? Yeah? My God. No, not mine. This is not my problem anymore. Okay. So, have we got time for questions?
At the end.
At the end. I finished.
At the end of everybody.
Oh,
So we, yeah, another speaker.
Sure.
It's okay, it's okay.
Your level is really low. You're prodding that. Really, that was terrible.
Yeah, that's the overview of our talk. Yeah, we're gonna start.
Sure, yeah. So when we proposed our goal, we were looking into how can we improve input handling in KDE, and ended up coming with a number of surface areas that needed to be improved. That includes this here: drawing tablet, mouse and touchpad, keyboard, virtual keyboard, better IME support, IMEs for input methods, game controllers, and then a few more things. This is how we're going to do this presentation here by summarizing what happened in each area.
Yeah, first up is drawing tablets. Special shout out to Joshua and Nicholas. The new Wayland drawing tablet is pretty nice because it's shipped by default. It's not an extra package you need to install. You get it automatically if you install Plasma Desktop. It has a tablet tester and a calibration and CLI tools. The new design is also pretty cool because tab design, and it shows, for example, if my tablet doesn't have buttons, so it doesn't even show the pad tab. This is the display tab, and what's new is you can map your screen either partially to or the tablet area partially. Tablet orientation is also something new, I think. It's the pen tab. What's new there? You can remap the stylus buttons, as you can see here. It shows you which button is which. Stylus, pressure curve, and range is also something new. And relative mode. This is mouse mode. This is, for example, if you don't want to use an actual mouse, but use your tablet pen as a mouse. Then there's the pad tab. This is for assigning buttons or remapping buttons. What's also new is, pad buttons and pad ring buttons. As you can see here. Yeah, we have another talk by Joshua. That's tomorrow. If you want to learn more about graphic tablets and artists and Wayland, please go and watch his talk. It's more in detail there. Also, there are two blog posts I want to mention. One is from Joshua, that's artonwayland.restrate.com. There is also the new features. He keeps updating this website, this blog post, and if you want to see what's going on, visit his blog. Also Nicholas' blog, where he posts about the improvements on the Qt Wayland side.
You can download the slides from the Akademy website if you want these links and click them afterwards. Okay, so we're going to breeze through these slides because we have a lot. Next area is mouse and touchpad. There is a bunch of stuff going on. Specifically, I want to call out the Quinn team. They improved drag and drop by a bunch, right? Last year, for instance, if you dragged a file into Firefox, sometimes it would do the wrong thing. Now it doesn't anymore. There's also Tajan White. Nobody knows his identity or hers or something. We'll touch on that later. Our goals initially with mouse and touchpad were to get missing lib input features added, so you can have more options for the kind of interactions you want for your mouse and touchpad. Some are listed, some still need to be added. Disabling touchpad when mouse plugged in, when the mouse is plugged in, is available and very useful. Another goal we had was gestures. You can have touchpad gestures, which already work, but a lot of people want them customized. There's also mouse gestures, which we renamed to stroke gestures, because ideally you want that on a touchpad as well, which are not currently implemented in Plasma and should come up. So that's what the next slide is about. And also mouse button rebinding needs a few improvements, including making it per device. So here's about gestures in particular. This slide. If you want your touchpad gestures to be customizable, you can now get a third-party app called Input Actions, which is pretty great. It allows a lot of customizations. This is the Tajan Y put a lot of effort into it. It's basically a very customizable language. Configuration language, except it's not upstreamable. It's not intended to go into Quinn itself. So what we are also trying to do is get more gesture support into Quinn, into Plasma. So we applied for an NLNIC grant. That came through. We're currently working on it. Gives us some time to improve the infrastructure for this kind of thing. We got together for a mini sprint to work on UX design and architecture. We're also looking into perhaps improving the API, so an application can specify what kind of extra actions it has, and then maybe remap those to arbitrary gestures. Here's a quick preview about the mock-ups that we made. This is how it might look for configuring your touchpad gestures in this case. This is a quick preview about mouse gestures where you draw over your screen and you get a nice effect, and then it recognizes what kind of stroke you drew and executes an action on it. All of this is not available yet, but it's in the works. Okay. I think keyboard I'm still doing, right? Okay, so for keyboard, we've had a number of improvements merged. There's a bunch of people I specifically want to shout out to Christoph Work, who made a boatload of improvements for accessibility, for keyboard navigation. Also Nicholas Vella, who worked on accessibility. And the other three here who worked on improvements for the QML-based keyboard KCM, which was rather at the start of our goal, but we're still going to include it here. So Plasma is much more navigable with keys nowadays. And this includes different features here. I also mentioned the keyboard setting port. So it looks nicer, it feels nicer, that's good. I also recently figured out that there's one side of a change that allows you to rebind keys globally, but has not been merged because there's no user interface for it. So started looking into that. Not quite available, but maybe we can get that working. What we also still want to look into, specifically to get Wayland to fully catch up to the X11 feature set. Slow keys used to be a thing, needs to be finished. Spare layouts needs to be decided upon. And there have been discussions about what can we do to include text snippets when you press a button or maybe type a short sequence. We'll be looking into that, or we hope that people are maybe interested and look into that in collaboration with us. Okay.
Yeah, the new virtual keyboard. Special shout out to Devin Lin and Alesh, who did a lot of work on that. It's getting ready for release, and hopefully hopefully we can ship it soon. It's built with Qt6 and is based on Qt Virtual Keyboard. It's important because distro maintainers already told us other keyboards either don't work within Wayland or are still based on Qt5, so they really want to have something that's up to date. And with Qt Virtual Keyboard, we also get a lot of stuff for free that's already in Qt. We have layouts and autocomplete directly from Qt Virtual Keyboard, like I said. It's based on the Wayland input method protocol. It works with mouse and touchpad. That's also something that many users requested, that you have a virtual keyboard that you can use with a mouse. Something customizable layouts and interactions are planned, and I think something already landed. And modifier keys, there is some work going on, and some patches are already in there. That's modifier keys is also something that a lot of users, when we ask for feedback, what they want out of a virtual keyboard, they said they want modifier keys and they want an accessible keyboard. Yeah, future work to get it into a reasonable state, mostly just fixes and a little bit of polish, but it works already and we can already test it. Manual hide and show is something that may come. There's also another approach that was talked about. It's like configuring in the KCM if you want to use it as a, if you want to use it with the mouse, or like it is now with touch and tablet input. Yeah, physical keyboard emulation layout, that's really important for a lot of users. Like I said, that was the #1 feedback we got from users. Floating mode is, for example, something that the Windows Virtual Keyboard does by default, if you ever used that one. And it's for some types, it's better than if you have it at the bottom. You can move it out of the way, because sometimes it doesn't work if it's at the bottom. Better emoji handling and swipe support is something we are looking at.
All right, and the other part of the virtual keyboard puzzle here, virtual keyboard, on-screen keyboard, kind of like you can make subtleties, but oftentimes they mean the same, would be the general infrastructure behind it. So Plasma Keyboard provides the particular virtual keyboard that we made here, and then there are protocols and infrastructure in Plasma itself that support it, including the configuration. We need to get better at some of these things. Right now, if you have an input method, it has to have configuration in a different spot than the regular keyboard or virtual keyboard settings page even. So we want to bring that together. There's been a good proposal for that. In the same way, it would be nice if you said, I can select multiple input methods, maybe a virtual keyboard, and then a autocomplete or snippet kind of functionality together, and then quick switch between them. So that's something we want to look at. So for the shout out here, going back to the previous slide, Xuetian Wang, the FCITX5 maintainer, has provided some really good discussion and input for us in which direction we can go. Dorota Chaplievich is also currently at this academy and wants to get more work done on unifying the underlying Wayland protocols to reduce fragmentation, hopefully in the Linux space. Yeah, in addition to that, we want to look at more additional input methods, perhaps speech to text, perhaps something snippet-based, perhaps something with AI autocomplete. We'll see, but that would be part of the original goal. Let's see what we can do there. Game controllers is another area here, possibly the last large area that we had looked at. There is still a lot of work to do. Lots of shout-outs though. So right now, KDE has a settings page for game controllers. It currently only shows you what your game controller can do. It does not allow you to actually configure it, because for configuration, we would have to integrate awareness of that into the compositor, Quinn, which is what we had a Google Summer of Code project for. We got one student who worked on this. I'll get to that in a little bit. But in general, what we want out of game controller support is first catch the input events coming in, so we can monitor them and change them where they need to be. There is a long-standing bug or issue pointed out where the controller should inhibit sleep when you use your game, and it doesn't automatically inhibit sleep. Then it should do that because you're using the controller. We want to help with remapping buttons, maybe a little bit like Steam input, maybe a little different, calibrate dead zones. We would like if you can use your analog stick on the controller to actually navigate Plasma, to emulate the mouse, to go left and right where it's necessary. And yeah, in addition to that, Steam controller, many people have Steam Decks nowadays. It's a very popular device for KDE users, and they have a few quirks that need to be unfortunately handled. We'll get to you in a little bit.
I have a patch which makes SEL2 supported joysticks work with that. We'll submit it in the next weeks.
Okay, we love you. Thank you. Next time you're getting on the shout-out list as well. You're going on the shout-out lists next year. Okay. Yeah, and then we prepared a project description for Google Summer of Code and got an application that Yesin Sepulveda worked on. There were some experiments made, so we verified that the stack here can do what it needs to be in order to get all of the goals from the previous page done. Unfortunately, there were some personal circumstances that forced the student to basically skip the second half of the project, so that didn't quite complete. However, he recently came back, and maybe we'll still get a lot of progress there. If not, or just in general, join, because games are fun, and Plasma can improve quite a bit there. And it needs a good amount of help. There is enough work for everyone who is interested in this. And that takes me to the last slide with topics, which is stuff that didn't neatly fill into other things. So the input capture portal is a way for Wayland applications to request general input that you can then maybe pipe to another application, like remote desktop kind of things. David Redondo implemented the input capture portal for Plasma alongside a number of other portals, so that's very nice. Emulated input. And then DeskFlow is another thing that's happening, where Chris Rizzitello is very active right now. DeskFlow is kind of, if you're aware of this, Synergy was an original project. It got forked into Input Leap, had another fork, Barrier. What it allows you to do is to have multiple computers and use a single mouse and keyboard across your different computers as if it were a single screen. That's currently looking into perhaps becoming a KDE project. I'm definitely using more Qt as infrastructure, so the goal there is to perhaps at some point integrate it into Plasma itself. Then Plasma Mobile, Plasma Big Screen should get a shout out. Yeah. Oh, we're done. Okay. All right. Never mind. Time's up. Okay, we're going to Q&A. Yeah, sure. Whatever you don't. Yeah. No, this is good. Okay. So join us. We're a friendly community. We love you. And also tomorrow, Input Buffs. Join our discussion. Be part of this.
So just like every other session so far, yep. If you guys have questions for the group up here, the team, go ahead and raise your hand. Yep. Start with Andy up there. And if you are online streaming, I've got the chat here, so drop a question in the chat and we'll read it out. So.
For the last presentation about the keyboard work, would you consider also some features that we see in mobile, for example, one-handed mode, where you can kind of push the keyboard to a corner of the screen and you can just sort of use a thumb to work on that? And also I was thinking if there is a way that users can select a language keyboard, but without having to enable it in a KCM, so just in a pop-up, so that they don't have to, like, let's say you're handed a machine and you just don't know what to do, it's a different language, you can just quickly go through it, select your language, and then change it.
Yeah, I think both of those are in scope. It kind of depends on current development priorities. I think definitely for the language selection, we're probably going to look into moving that from system settings into the keyboard itself, so that's easier to access, and also works better with Flatpak, which cannot provide pages and system settings. And for the keyboard being able to put itself in a corner, I think that is doable, at least at the bottom. It can decide its size. Yeah, it does. Anyway, so Devin is considering this right now, and he might end up implementing something or not, but we're going to think about it. Thank you.
Cool. Do we have a second question from anybody? Do we have a third? We can skip the second one. No? Okay. Well, thank you guys so much for your presentation. It's wonderful. And that is the 1-year recap of the KDE goals. So in the next 18 minutes, we're a bit, or sorry, 8 minutes, we will start with basically the lightning sessions. We'll have Emilia with What's New with Qt Learning, Marco with Retiring K-Wallet, Volker with Emergency and Weather Alerts, Alexander with Boosting Your Code and Simplifying Your Life with Clazy. So we'll start again in about 7 minutes. Hello, and welcome back. Welcome back. Hello. Take a seat. Take a seat. Come on in, come on in, come on in, come on in. So, welcome to the lightning round session. We're doing something like PowerPoint roulette, except that I don't know what's up there, but the presenters do. So, this will be a very fun and predictable game. So, up next, we've got first here, Amelia with Qt, and what is new with Qt Learning?
Thank you. Hi, nice to see so many of you here. I know there is a very good talk in the next room, so happy to see you here. My name is Emilia Valkonen-Damjanovic. I'm a senior learning lead at Qt, and as mentioned, we'll be going over a few things about Qt Learning. I only have 5 minutes, so this will be a teaser of the talk that I will do on Monday. So if you are interested in these themes in more detail, please join the talk on Monday. Let's see if I can use this. Okay, so just a recap. Perhaps this is known to you, perhaps not, but as a recap, what is our learning offering? Qt Academy, for once. And then we have Qt University and Talent Network, and also we are offering official Qt developer certificates. Qt Academy, I hope, is known to all of you. Is there someone who's never heard about Qt Academy? Okay. There's always someone that surprises me, but that's good that you don't know it yet. So it is our e-learning platform. We have plenty of courses to get started with Qt. Everything is free. If you have a Qt account, you can easily sign in with single sign-on. But everything is free. We have a booth in the registration room, so if you want to learn more, if you cannot make it to the talk on Monday, please come to talk with us. We have been around for a few years, 2 and a bit more, and we have already more than 46,000 users on Akademy, so it's become quite popular. On Monday, I'll be sharing a bit more details, what we've done, and also where we plan to go with Akademy. Next, the University and Talent Network. This is somewhat new still, so around a year ago, we launched this. The idea is to build the next generation of Qt talent. So really get students involved, participate, do different kind of collaborations with the universities. We've done project work, hackathons, a lot of different kind of things. Obviously, we are offering educational licensing as well, but we want to go deeper, not just to offer the licensing, but actually do something to get people interested in Qt. And this is a lot of awareness building. Believe it or not, students do not know Qt, so it is a lot about, okay, what can you do with Qt, and would this be something that you might be interested in? Okay, here's how to get started. One thing that we are doing as part of University and Talent Network is our own coding competition called Qtathon. This is for students, and this is something we organized last year for the first time. We had 100 teams from more than 20 countries participating, and this year we're doing it again, very soon, launching this, and we are hoping to get 200 teams this year. The third and final thing that I want to bring to your attention are our official Qt developer certificates. We did certifications years back. Maybe some of you even took a certificate. It was in-person testing, but now we've launched our certification testing platform, so you can actually do the testing online. Now, in the starting phases, we have one test available, which is Qt 6.8 Foundations, but very soon we'll hope to have more tests available. So if you feel like this is something you're interested in, there will be more info on our website, and also on Monday's talk, I'll be sharing a bit more details of what it will look like to take the tests. Like mentioned, I will cover these topics in very much more detail on Monday, if you have time, if you are here to join the talk. If not, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'll be here throughout the weekend, and as mentioned, we have the Akademy booth in the registration room. So, and also I think there is a space on Monday booked for us, so just come and talk to us. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Right on time. So next up, while I get the slides pulled up, we will have Marco talking to us about gently retiring K-Wallet. Clap.
Okay, thank you. What anything terrible did K-Wallet to us? Why killing it? First of all, I don't really say that we should kill it now, but it's something that at some point we probably may want to consider because it's quite old code that mostly kind of works, but there are not many people around left that are really confident with that, especially the actual data handling on this. So anything that could be needed to be done could end up either causing security issues or leading to data corruption for users, which is not good. Arguably, any other system could have potentially the same problem, but nowadays there are also many possible systems to store passwords, and some people have strong preferences. Like there are many people that really like to use KPassXE instead. The good part, the good thing for a decent future interoperability is that both K-Wallet and KPassXE can speak the secret service, the bus API. So that's basically what I leverage to make KPassXE or non-keyring or anything else being usable with the actually old crusty K-Wallet API. That the DBus, another problem is that it's DBus API, it's also everything is sync, so not beautiful to avoid freezes in your applications. And another thing that people are constantly complaining about is that its first run experience, it's not really good, is that weird dialogue that asks if you want it's a blowfish or a GPG wallet, what the hell does it mean? So even if we keep K-Wallet and keep improving it, we should really take a stab at that. But what I'm talking about specifically is how to just replace it. Okay. So replace it. Nothing should be. Hmm? Okay. We can just replace it with something else from one day to the other because all the applications that are using the K-Wallet API keep to be working, because we want to port all of them eventually to keychain, but this is kind of an orthogonal problem. Even if we don't have port everything should still work, even those that have not been ported. And even if we switch to a new backend, all the data, existing passwords of users must be retained. So the first step that I did was to split into daemons. So one new daemon, K-Wallet, the part that exposes the old K-Wallet DBus API, and the daemon that actually does the secret storage, that is not called ksecretd. Basically, ksecretd is 90+% of the code is the old K-Wallet, while the daemon that is now called key wallet has been written from scratch, and it's just this translation layer. So what does gives to us? It gives mostly the fact that this new K-wallet daemon it's only a proxy with the Secret Service API. So if I want to use a new storage, like let's say I want to use KeePassXC, I just have there is so far just a kind of secret-ish configuration key. It's not in a GUI yet. It will probably be eventually to enable the migration. So it will not start up the KSecretD part anymore. So you are using as your secret service provider, KeePassXC or GNOME Keyring or whatever you want. And the first time this K-wallet daemon will do a data migration, it will get out of the K-wallet backend all of your passwords, and with Secret Service will store all of them in the new backend, so you keep all your stuff and you're using KSecretD. So applications that are speaking Secret Service directly will just use, for instance, KPass directly, but everything that is still using the K-Wallet API, which is the part that we are actually kind of sure we want to retire, those like Kio, like Network Manager, and like few other things in KDE that are using that, will talk to K-Wallet, that will translate and talk to the new Secret Service provider. And so transparently, the user ideally shouldn't notice. This can be done already. And this also opens to us the possibility of eventually migrating to a new backend someday, either written by us or adopting some third-party thing, which could also be a good idea, perhaps. Together with that, there is also a new application called Keep Secret that is basically K-Wallet Manager, but that talks only Secret Service. Since K-Wallet Manager only talks the old API. It's a QML Kirigami thing. It works decently both on desktop and mobile. Eventually, this can replace K-Wallet Manager. Doesn't have all the features still, but shouldn't be that far from it. And this can be already used even if you are using still the old backend, since the old backend also can talk Secret Service. You can use that also today to in place of K-Wallet Manager. It will basically just work if you are set KSecretD to actually export the Secret Service publicly, the Secret Service interface, which can be done by a KCM. For the backend service, we can just improve the current one. I'm not sure, I don't know. We can revive an old project we had once, K-Secret Service, but since of all those migration problems, it kind of fizzled out. Or we could try to, yes. Okay, so There will be a BOF Tuesday, 11 a.m.
Thank you. So next then, I'm going to pull up your slides here. We have Volker, who's going to send us into a state of emergency and panic? No, emergency weather alerts.
Emergency or weather alerts, or for the more clickbaity title, how to not have your life depend on Google. Right, and we are talking about this here because mobile phones have become the most important form of alerting, right? That used to be sirens or media broadcasts, and now it's this. There is technically, or there's two ways how this is usually done technically. One is cell broadcast. That's a topic for Monday. And the other one is push notifications. That's what this talk is about. Practically all the existing infrastructure for this is proprietary. And that doesn't just mean proprietary apps, much worse. It means those also only work on proprietary infrastructure, not proprietary platforms, right? So if you're not willing or able to use Android or Google, Android or Apple devices, right, then yeah, tough luck, you don't get the alerts. Those systems are often also limited to one region. So how many of you who traveled here from outside Germany installed the official German alerting app, right? So one at least, but hardly anyone does that, right? So what we want instead is free and open infrastructure that allows us to receive the alerts on whatever platform we want, anywhere in the world. And that ties into a bigger picture of the United Nations Early Warning for All initiative, which has the stated goal that by 2027, everyone should have access to early warnings, at least for like weather and climate-related events. And I mean, that is, if by everyone we really mean everyone, then that isn't going to work without free and open infrastructure that can be twisted to everyone's needs, right? If you just think about the accessibility scenarios in this, right, it's nice that my phone makes a lot of noise if there's an alert. If I can't hear, that is not the most effective way for this to work, right? Instead, I might want to blink the lights in my home or something like this. So in order to build this, the first thing we need is push notification infrastructure. I spoke about that 3 years ago at Akademy already. Back then, we had a prototype. Nowadays, the client infrastructure is shipped since a couple of gear releases already. We have the server-side infrastructure rolled out at KDE. And we have our Matrix and Mastodon clients using this. And Unified Push, the protocol this is based on, also evolved quite a bit. So we got a number of interesting security features, but also compatibility with Mozilla's push infrastructure, so giving us more options there. Wrong direction. The second thing we need is an alert aggregation service. So that's a thing that collects messages from alerting authorities and then allows clients to monitor an area of interest, and when something happens there, right, you get a notification. We are building this together with Foswan, who also have an LDAT funding for this work. And it's based on the OASIS Common Alerting Protocol, which thankfully is very widely used all over the world, which significantly simplifies that work. The screenshot here is from the monitoring UI showing currently active alerts. We are processing, I think, about 250 alert feeds from 140-ish countries. So that isn't really global coverage yet. But in terms of what you can realistically expect there, that's not too bad. This is running since a couple of months, quite stable already. Most of the development focus is on robustness and scalability, so we can keep the 1 minute latency design goal even under more extreme conditions. Since we are working with data from public administration here. The usual conditions apply, unfortunately here as well. And I mean, I was hoping this would be different for this kind of data, because that can literally save lives, right? So you don't have to scroll back far in the news to find events where shortcomings in the alerting is assumed to have contributed to the number of casualties, right? There's the flooding in Texas or in Valencia or Ahrtal in Germany. So you would assume an inherent interest in quickly and widely sharing that information. And you might not expect captures, geo-blocking, paywalls, license conditions preventing redistribution, or outright refusal of access, right? We encountered all of that. Another very fundamental thing in alerting is, right, you do not use an alert system for anything else but alerts, because otherwise people start to ignore this, and that again is very dangerous. So you might not expect alerts for job advertisements, gardening tips, or a call for participation in the local festival parade. Again, all examples we found. First screenshot is a job opportunity alert in Canada. Another thing you would expect is that the goal is to give people all the information they need to take the right decisions to get themselves and others to safety, rather than, say, leaking out organizational implementation details. So the middle screenshot is a toxic smoke cloud that magically disappears when crossing a state border and then somehow reappears on the other side. So I'm not an expert, but I don't think that's how it works. The clipped out area here, by the way, is Berlin, so you have nothing to worry about. And the last example, that's a bad web inspector screenshot only, unfortunately, also from Berlin. That was an alert for icy roads, perfectly justified that day. But if you look at how that is categorized, first of all, it's not weather related apparently, but it is a fire, and it gets worse, CBRNE, that is chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, or high-yield explosive. And now if your application does the obvious thing and uses the category to select an icon, you don't want to wake up to the radiation icon in front of your home. So, I mean, all of this is stuff we can't really change here, but it's good to know to have the right expectations, right? So the thing that I actually want to talk with you about here is how do we integrate this on the client side now that we have the infrastructure. We have a dedicated app prototype, so that implements all of this. But I'm not sure if that is really the best way to ship this, right? We could think about deeper integration in Plasma itself. It also kind of overlaps in parts with the weather apps and weather applets. Then there is anything that shows a map. It might be interesting to show an overlay with the affected areas, like Google Maps does something like that, and that can be really useful. And then, of course, the reason why I ended up in this rabbit hole for 3 years. Itinerary knows where you are about to travel, right? And so we could maybe use that to monitor those locations as well. So if you have ideas or input on this, yeah, let's talk. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. We have 30 seconds for one question. Just kidding, okay. So coming up next then, we will have Alexander Lonau with Boosting Your Code and Simplifying Your Life with Clazy. Come on up.
Yeah, thank you all for coming. And today I'm going to talk about boosting your code and simplifying your life with Clazy. First of all, let's quickly talk about what is Clazy, because not everyone might know it. It's a Clang-based static code analysis tool for C++. And it's developed primarily for Qt code, but it can work or be useful for other projects too. And it provides compile time checks to catch common performance and correctness issues. It also has a lot of useful readability checks. It runs as a Clang plugin or via a command line interface. The checks are organized in different levels, like level 0, 1, 2, and manual level. And you can think of that like an ordinal scale on how critical the issue is or how reliable the detection for the issue also is. Some checks also provide so-called fix-its, and they are replacement snippets, like for lazy people who just want to have a copy-paste snippet that they can utilize. So, my history with Clazy and how did I end up talking about it? I initially started playing around with it as part of my development process, but due to broken KDE Neon packages at the time, I had to compile it from source, and that was like my first real development contact with Clazy. My first patch was in December 2023, where I was with KDE for 3 years already. It was like a boring documentation adjustment. But a few days later, I had my first real code contribution about fixing a false positive in a check about using a static regular expression. And you can see a snippet from Plasma Workspace here. Like there is a string literal, like this panel, and then the placeholder and the dollar. And after that, we used the .arg method to put the panel ID in there. And Clazy mistakenly thought that the whole parameter for the regular expression was a literal, but it's of course subject to change if we call this with a different panel ID. So there it had, false positive, which actually caused a little bug. So starting out with my development streak in Clazy, the first steps to like work on Clazy and get everything running was quite hard, and we also had no real CI coverage except that the stuff compiles. So my first mission was to make contributing to it easier. So I improved the test setup, and you can now just run ctest from the build directory without having to install it or setting any magic environment variables, and it's blazing fast on CI also. And we have a lot of generated files in there, and it's also verified that they are not stalled or anything. So it's a pretty good safety net for contributors, and I hope maybe some people of you will contribute to it in the future. But at the time, many checks did not work with Qt 6, even though Frameworks was already utilizing it. Or C++17 also had its fair share of issues because the syntax tree looked rather different there. It was like a ton of work, but like with the version 1.12, everything was great again. And it was the first release since 2.5 years. So you can see the Clazy development has stalled there for quite a bit, but now it's up to speed again. After doing this major challenge, I looked at the checks and did lots of improvements and fixes for false positives. And there I used like real-world examples from KDE's code base to look for issues if they are like something that needs to be actually fixed or if it's just noise. And I also focused on providing fix-its for existing checks so that it's easier to just fix the issues identified by Clazy. An example from this is QColor from literal. The check says if you have a QColor constructed, it's best to pass in just a number rather than a string, which causes some string parsing to be done, which is of course not as efficient. And in case you pass in a simple RGBH value, Clazy will suggest just passing in a hex number instead, which is like pretty simple. But in case it's an RGBH pattern with the transparency, it's a bit more tricky and not just 3 keystrokes, but there it also tells you how you can fix this. If you have a typo or so, you will also get a report if you have an invalid string pattern. So it also not only improves performance, but also helps you to identify bugs early. Now let's talk about how you can integrate and run Clazy. There are 2 main ways. You can use the Clang plugin during compilation or the Clazy standalone executable. The Clang plugin is based in or is wrapped in the Clazy shell script, and you can just set your compiler to Clazy and then it will run during compilation. And Clazy standalone basically does the same, but does not compile the code. And like many other Clang tools, it utilizes the compile commands JSON file. To configure the checks that Clazy uses, you can use the Clazy checks environment variables, and that contains a combination of the levels that I've told you before and the individual check names. And you can see an example where I have some level, another check manually added, and also disabled another check with using the no prefix. But if we only use Clazy, the Clang tidy people will be rather sad. And now I'm going to tell you why you should care about this, because the Clang ecosystem has its own linter called Clang tidy, and this offers performance modernization and bug checks, and it's really, really great. And like Clazy standalone, it operates on a compile commands JSON file, so they are rather similar in that regard. And Clang tidy also supports external plugins, and KDE, of course, loves plugins. But it was a bit tricky because the API is far more restrictive than for the compiler version or the standalone one. So I did a lot of refactorings and stuff, like 9 pull requests in total to allow people to actually properly review it, greatly improving the flexibility of the internal API, and then did the integration of the plugin. But the check registration and how we configure this is still a bit different. Like, we don't have the concept of check levels, but we can use wildcards to allow multiple checks without listing all of them explicitly. In case you want to utilize Clang tidy with Clazy, you have to grab the latest release or compile from source, and then just tell Clang tidy to load the Clazy Clang tidy plugin. In case it's not in your path, in your library path, just pass in an absolute one. And when configuring all of the checks that Clang tidy should do, you have to use the Clazy prefix for checks that come from Clazy. An example is here that you can enable QDatetime UTC or QGetEnv, and you just comma separate all of them. Because we can't have any levels like level 1 or level 0, you can define some helper environment variables. I've listed them on my blog also, like you can check this out later if you want. And then you can define a helper which contains like all of the checks from level 0 or level 1. And you can disable checks using the minus flag. And when running Clang tidy, it can take quite a while, but if you use the small wrapper script, run Clang tidy, all of it is parallelized, and it will be much quicker, and also you can pass in all of the command line flags as before, and you don't have to change anything. So you don't need to do any scripting yourself. You also have to consider that warnings outside of the source files you pass into Clang tidy are hidden by default. So if you have a C++ file, but the linter or the Clazy check complains about something in the header, it is hidden by default. But you can just set the header filter to .star in order to get all of the warnings shown. And Clang tidy has its own like set of instructions to skip some linting lines, like no lint next line, no lint begin, end. And historically, Clazy had its own, but I made sure that Clazy now supports all of the ones that Clang tidy does. So you can use the same set of instructions no matter if you run Clang tidy with the Clazy plugin, or Clazy standalone, or Clazy with the Clang compiler plugin. Yeah. Thank you very much, and happy hacking. In case you have any issues or ideas, I'll be running around here, so feel free to reach out to me.
That was great. Thank you so much to our presenters from the lightning session there. Technically, we have the room for another 30 seconds or so, but who cares? Next room next door is going on for another 5 minutes or so, but this otherwise concludes your first day of Akademy. We will be back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., the keynote in this room, Politics of the Pull Request, How Open Standards Can Shift Power by Paloma Oliveira. Don't forget your badge tomorrow. You're on your own for dinner. Enjoy Berlin. It's a wonderful city. Good luck. Godspeed.